That's Squext, everybody. We got a couple of announcements to get started, and we're waiting on the drum. So, first announcement is that breakfast is there and ready, and so definitely help yourself to breakfast. And then is Tammy? Where is Tammy? Okay, Tammy, there you are. Yeah, if you would, probably the one right there would be fine. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So I just wanted to come up and make a couple announcements. We've had in the last couple of weeks from the state health department has sent out health alerts regarding first measles. Measles they have identified as of March 14th, 58 cases across the US and in multiple states. We do not have any cases in Montana at this time, but we are in the preparation phase. You know, we know summer travel is coming. People will be traveling, actually are traveling now to our area and will continue through the summer. And measles is very highly infectious. If someone were to walk in this room with measles and leave, for about an hour, it will stay airborne. And anybody coming into this room who has been unvaccinated, 9 out of 10 will develop measles. And measles is very preventable. It's one of our most effective vaccines that we have. And so if you were born before 1957, you're considered to have natural immunities to measles. But if you're born after 1957, the recommendation is for 2 measles vaccinations. So we are out here. We do have our computers with us so we can check immunization records for people. So if they want to make sure that they're up to date with their measles vaccination, we also have the measles vaccine here with us if you do need a booster for that. The other one is the meningococcal disease, which is another vaccine preventable disease. We have had some deaths from meningococcal in Virginia. We have not had any cases in Montana in the last 3 years, but our vaccination rates for meningococcal disease are very low. It's not a required vaccine for school entry, so it's an optional one. So not a lot of people have had the meningococcal vaccine. So again, we do have the vaccine with us. So if that's something you are interested in getting to prevent, it's a very nasty, nasty disease. People get very, very sick and die from meningococcal. So we want to just make sure that everybody is current with their vaccinations. And so Chris and I will be out here throughout the meeting and available to check records, to do shots. And then if for some reason we don't have what you need, we can, coordinate, make appointments to come to you. Or we also have vaccines are all available at the St. Ignatius Pharmacy, the Ronan Pharmacy, and Polson Pharmacy, Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. We do have walk-in clinics. Chris does a walk-in clinic at the Ronan Public Health Office, but she will be in training next week in Minnesota. So, if you need vaccinations we don't have next week, the best bet would be to contact pharmacy. So, and then if you have any other questions, we will be out here and can answer any of those questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Appreciate that. Somebody's got a speaker on somewhere. Again, breakfast is ready, so you could go ahead and get breakfast at any time. And otherwise, we'll call the meeting to order. Can we have roll call, Jen?
Mike Dolson.
I'm here.
Tom McDonald.
Here.
Jennifer Finley.
Here.
Jim Molitaire.
Here.
Carol Langford. Danielle Matt. Bing Matt. James Steele Jr. Martin Charlo.
Present.
Len Tootie.
I'm here.
Lanice Trahan.
Thank you, Jen. With that, I'd appreciate a prayer. Sam, will you give us a prayer this morning? meeting. Thank you, Sam. And now, on our agenda, we have the flag song from the Addison Twins. Ah, Lem Lemsch. This is the point in our agenda that we ask if any elders want to come forward and give us a good talk. Are there any elders that are interested in talking this morning? I see finger pointing. Well, if we don't have elders that want to talk this morning, we'll go into our council updates. And I remember the way Tom did it when he was chairman. He'd start on the ends, but I've been starting in the middle. Tom, you want to give an update?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Espacial, welcome everybody. I hope your spring is going very well. Getting some good rain out there, maybe some snow. But I always look forward to the spring because I anticipate the summer ahead and growing season and new life. So I'm always thankful for the spring and what it reminds me of and be proud of. This last quarter, again, I think one of the things that I really felt good about was an accomplishment that's never occurred before in the United States. It had to do with water pollution coming into our watershed, our Aboriginal territory in the Kootenai River. And it was from massive open pit mining up in British Columbia, up the headwaters of the Kootenai River, just outside of the border of the United States, and it's called Elk River. And this massive mountaintop mining, which levels an area the size of the Mission Range, and all the runoff coming from that causes selenium water pollution in the river, along with some other pollution that's really bad too. But the selenium started to bioaccumulate to a point where we were getting fish reproduction issues in fisheries that were really important to us: burbot restoration in the Kootenai River and the white sturgeon, our bull trout, our cutthroat trout. And it was really affecting the ecology of the stream. Fish were having abnormalities. They were missing gill plates, jaw bones. It's just really having a red flag. And we've been working on it for nearly 15 years. And there was no help coming from British Columbia. So we started putting pressure on our State Department, our president. We were able to get the president and then the Premier of Canada, Trudeau, to agree that they would come to a solution to help us with our problems, ever increasing water pollution problem, harming our subsistence fishery, our Aboriginal territorial waters. And water is really key for us in making sure that it's clean, clear, cold. And the water that we use and the water that other people use downstream from us is that way for their use. So it's really important. Water is so important to keep in its most pristine state. So with that, we were able to convince the governments to put forward a reference, a request to an old entity. And it's an entity that was formed in 1909. It was called the Boundary Water Treaty Act. And it really was to stop potential war between the United States and Canada over disputes that occurred basically in shared water courses between us and Canada. And there was a lot of those issues in the Great Lakes area. And of course, New York State and places up along that far east and out into the Midwest. And so that was a tool that was set up by the two governments to deal with these issues. And they set up a commission with equal representation from each country. And it was be a non-biased commission that basically an arbitration, a board that would say, hey, you're not acting right, you're not treating your neighbor well, and come forward with solutions, and they would be obligated to implement those. And so we sought, because we weren't getting any remedy from British Columbia, they were in the pockets of the mining industry. We sought this other solution. And finally, the governments, all involved, British Columbia included, have done that reference to the International Joint Commission that's based under that Boundary Water Treaty. And that's in its initial phases right now as we speak. We're hoping to have a scientific committee set up by the end of June and a governance board that tiers down from the IJC that will make sure whatever recommendations the scientific board comes up with for stopping this bioaccumulation of this pollutant, to make sure that there's no expanded pollution in that system, and then actually starting to restore the Kootenai River system as it comes into Lake Koocanusa and downstream. So we look forward to that and a result that's positive. And that's one of the big things. And for the tribes to step up our Kootenai tribe of Idaho, our tribes and the Kazanka bands in Canada to step forward and lead this charge, along with some nonprofits, is precedent setting. There's a lot of issues where Indigenous peoples are facing this taking of their resources, this separation from their cultural resources, their rivers, their streams, their fishing, especially in Alaska, where entire pristine salmon fisheries have been totally wiped out from inappropriate mining in Canada, in British Columbia. And as those streams enter Alaska territory before they hit the ocean, they're just devastating the fisheries. So I think it's good to have this, and it'll be good to all of our cousins and families that are west of us, all the way up to Alaska, as far as a precedent for tribes. So I'm looking forward to that. With that, I'm just going to leave it at that, because I just really find that amazing that we were able to get that done. And it's going to be really powerful for all of Indian country, at least all those tier states that border Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tom. It's another step in us protecting the blood of our homeland, our waters. Jimmy, can you give us an update, please?
Thank you, Chair. That's great. I want to first of all thank the young men that did the honor song. It's a great way to start any meeting. Any of these things are, especially this one, because it kind of reminds me of the beginning of the powwow season. Can't wait for it. I don't have a whole lot to report. I haven't traveled anywhere. I went to the Salish conference, and I really enjoyed that. It's a great deal for everybody that can participate. And I've been to the tribal leaders meeting this year. Just come back with Councilman Two-Teeth, and those are good things to be around. There's a lot of issues here in the state of Montana with all the tribes, and so they get worked out there or get talked about at least. The issue that Vice Chairman McDonald's talking about, that's a really important issue. I mean, we all need to be concerned about that, because I think if it continues, it's gonna spread out. It's gonna come down to everybody south of that border. It's not a good thing. It needs to somehow gotta be able to stop that. I think it's just like he's talked about, all the people that are involved and affected by that, these native people, that it's going to affect their lives. I feel bad for them. I just wish that you could stop it rather than fight it for years. Right? It's going to take a long time. It's been going on for a long time. It's not going to stop real quick. But it needs to have everybody involved to get it where it needs to be. That's great.
Thank you, Jimmy. James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hesquext, Kisu Whitnam. This is an awesome honor to be back on the council. Thank you for those of you that supported me in doing that. I want to give a quick shout out to a cousin of mine, Jacinda Morjo, that's running for Senate District 46. She's right there in front with her good friend Melissa, my classmate from 1986. I think we actually walked together at graduation. So I think, first of all, I want to say we are a blessed people. We have one of the, if not the most beautiful reservation homeland in the country. And that comes with a couple things. That's why we have all these fights. That's why we have people like Lake County, again, they're attacking us. No surprise there. But then we also have friends in our community that work with us, non-native folks. We have counties that work with us that don't fight us all the time, Missoula County particularly, Sanders. But as we all know, Lake County seems to be the one that, one way or the other, they gotta figure out how to attack the tribes, and it's all the, if they didn't have the tribes to attack, I don't know who they'd fight, so. The other thing that's pretty awesome is that, you know, when you look at all the different things that we do as a tribe, it's pretty amazing. And we own a dam. We're one of the few tribes in the nation that own a hydroelectric facility. You know, we were one of the two tribes to adopt Class 1 air quality standards back in the 80s. Uncle Bearhead was a part of that in the early days. And, you know, the Mission Mountains, one of the first tribes in the nation to set aside a part of their reservation homeland as a tribal wilderness for the benefit of everyone. But the other thing I want to impress upon you is, you know, people say between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, it's a choice between two evils. It is not. It is far from the truth. And this council member is going to be very blunt. You have an option to vote for a dictator who wants to do away with your rights, the rights of women, the rights of anybody that he don't like. Trump. And he makes no bones about it. I know maybe some of you voted for him in the past. That's understandable. But this man wants to take away the rights of people, and that party wants to take away the rights of people. They've already taken away the rights of women between a woman's decision between her and her medical provider. The government has stepped in the middle of that. Government has no business being there. But you know what? That's not where they're going to stop. They're starting with the rights of Indians to vote. So you can either vote for someone that has proved he's supporting people of color. He put the very first Black female on the Supreme Court. Even Obama didn't do that. The very first woman of color woman is our vice president. Even Obama didn't do that. So it's not you know, people say, oh, it's two old men. Well, yeah, I get that. It is. One cares about people and one cares about himself. It's as blunt as that. I want to make that clear. This council member wants it heard. I'm voting for Joe Biden because he's protecting people. He's protecting the rights of women. And it's no contest. You're either voting for somebody that believes in the people's right to vote, or you're voting for somebody that said he wants to be a dictator. Make me a dictator for a day. No, it won't stop at a day. And these are times when these kind of things come about in our lives and in our generation, we cannot stand back and be silent. Because if you be silent, it'll go past, and then your ancestors, your descendants will say, what did you do on that day when we had the opportunity to keep a dictator from taking over the country? And Jacinda, I'm so proud of you for running, and all of our other tribal members that are running, because they're running against a party that has the dictator as their leader. So Jacinda, I pray for you, and I'm going to give you some funds. And I just am thankful. Be thankful, everyone. We have a beautiful reservation. I wake up every morning, open the curtains, and I see the beautiful Mission Mountains. Guess what? We all own those mountains. Anybody can fight with us, but we own the mountains. So, lem specia, usus kukani.
Thanks, James. Jennifer?
Great, Mike. All right, so been pretty busy. And so I had first of all, I also want to say thank you to the drummers that we had today. That was really beautiful. I was really moved by that. That was very special. So thank you for that. I had a district meeting in Polson. I had a district meeting in Polson and I decided that I want to do everything I do, I want it to be a reflection of who I am. I think each and every one of us is at our strongest when we are ourselves. And so my take on things and what I've always wanted to do with my position on tribal council is make a positive difference in my community with everything that I do. And with my skill set, with this title, with everything. And I want my district meetings to provide a service for the community. And so the first district meeting that I had in Polson, I invited tribal health there and I invited staff who handle medical bills. And I invited people who had any unpaid bills to come and get them addressed and talk to someone directly from tribal health. And I had several people come to my meeting. And one thing that I was really excited to learn is that Tribal Health has hired a really wonderful person to rewrite some policies for them and update their policies to reflect the needs that we have now. And so there are a number of tribal members who would like to see naturopaths. And so they're in the process of rewriting their policies. We haven't approved them yet, but looking at those policies and rewriting them to make it easier for tribal members who want to see a naturopath to do so and get it paid for by Tribal Health. So that is very exciting because I totally believe in naturopaths. And then for my other district meeting, I was going to have a wills clinic in Polson and invite the University of Montana Law School students to come and do wills for tribal members. And then it just grew bigger than my district meeting. So I ended up having it at Salish Kootenai College. And I thought that was more sensitive to the law students too, because it was completely volunteer. So I think we had about 10 tribal members come. And it was really wonderful because we had a lot of tribal members who have fee property who were able to get their wills made. Because if you go to lands, they help you if you have trust property, but if you have fee property, then it doesn't fall under their realm. So a number of tribal members got their wills done by University of Montana law students. And I felt like that was very successful. I am the vice chair of the State Economic Tribal Development Commission, and I attended one of their meetings this quarter. And so one of the things that I do when I travel on behalf of CSKT is I look for as many opportunities as I can. I go to everything and try to look for opportunities to bring back to our tribe. So I forwarded a grant opportunity to James Bible at S&K Business Services because there's a grant out there that could provide some startup funds for the gas station travel plaza that they're going to build in Elmo. And so he was on it. And he said he attended that webinar to explore that funding opportunity. And then I also attended the National Congress of American Indians winter session in Washington, D.C., and I'm the regional vice president for the Rocky Mountain region. And I also found a couple interesting opportunities there that I forwarded to housing. So I don't know if they can apply for that grant opportunity, but I hope that we as a tribe can apply, have a different department apply for a grant that could help people fix up their modular homes. And I forwarded another grant opportunity for training for S&K Electronics and Salish Kootenai College to help them do workforce development. So I'm always looking for those kinds of opportunities to bring back to CSKT. And Carol and I attended and Patty Hibbler, Patricia Hibbler attended the Behavioral Health System for Future Generations meeting with the Department of Health and Human Services in Great Falls. And, Patricia Hibbler helped us with a lot of the background information about Medicaid and our healthcare system. And Carol and I provided testimony. One of the things that we were advocating for is funding for a regional treatment facility in Montana for Native Americans. And that would be huge. That would provide an opportunity for Native Americans who need treatment to get it with cultural considerations, with people like them. And it would just provide another place where people could get treatment in the state. And I attended the RES conference, Reservation Economic Summit Conference. And it just really pays to show up. On the last day when, you know, people were leaving and the crowd was thinning out, I attended a session sponsored by the Cherokee Nation. And I just talked to them yesterday. I called them and I found the presenter on LinkedIn. I joined LinkedIn to find this guy and contact him, and he called me back. And so during the pandemic, and they haven't released this officially yet. So, but during the pandemic, they developed a partnership with Salesforce, this international software company, to help them do some things for their nation. And then they developed a partnership where their own tribal members could get trained to be systems administrators for free. And then they would receive a mentor. And then some of them got hired by Salesforce, some of them got hired by the Cherokee Nation, but then they helped them find jobs in this field. And this field pays $62,000 to $172,000 a year. So the average salary is about $80-something thousand, and it's work you can do from home. And this summer, they're going to expand this program and open it to all tribal members in the United States. And I'm going to be in contact with them, and when they open it officially and do their official press release, I will make sure that gets in our paper. So if there are any tribal members here who would be interested in, and it's free training, they provide you with a mentor to learn how to work in the IT field and make anywhere from $62,000 to $170,000 working from home. I will make sure that the information gets out to our membership. I think it's a really cool opportunity. And then again, for me, it's really important to provide services to the community in whatever way I can. I did a couple free yoga classes. These next 3 weeks, I will be doing. So when people see my name on things, I just want you to know I'm not getting paid. If it's sponsored by the tribe, it's totally volunteer on my part. I am not double dipping. So I've done a couple free yoga classes, and in the next 3 weeks, again, helping to serve the youth, I will be doing free poetry. You know, I'm volunteering, doing poetry with youth for the next 3 weeks in 3 different communities on the reservation. So also really excited about that. And then when I was at the NCAI winter session in February in Washington, D.C., I got connected to folks from the National Indian Health Board, and I joined them in making visits on Capitol Hill, advocating for more money for mental health services in Indian country. And they asked me to write an article for them in one of their publications about the effects of the boarding school on the Flathead Indian Reservation. So I did that for the National Indian Health Board. And then internally, we've been having meetings about PL 280, and I'm really excited about the possibilities that we have before us. And I don't think we should let Lake County drive the bus on this. I think we need to be the drivers of our own bus for the destinies of our people and justice for our people. And I think that when we are the drivers of the bus for our tribe and for our people have the best chance at receiving real justice and meaningful justice and opportunities for rehabilitation. So I think we have an amazing legal department. We have a lot of extremely intelligent people working on this and getting us up to speed on this issue. And then we toured the bathhouse, and it was the first time I'd ever been in the bathhouse. We toured the bathhouse in Hot Springs. And so we have a tribal member who wants to fix it up and remediate it. And so we canceled the demolition plans on that. So I'm also really excited about that. And that's all I have. Lum Lumsh.
Thank you, Jennifer. Bing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been fighting a cold here for the last 3 weeks and I'm still got a lot of congestion in my chest yet, so, have to excuse me if I have to clear my throat. First of all, I want to thank my cousin Sam for the opening prayer that he gave and, us and then especially the Addison twins for the flag song that they sang. It's good to hear young people like that, sing songs like that. They did an excellent job with that song. So, I want to thank them for doing that. I'm like Jimmy. I guess they kind of grounded the old guys from this, winter's we're not going anywhere. So we only went on a trip here a couple of weeks ago and that was to Bozeman and I attended a, meeting with the Intertribal Bison Commission down there along with the NRCS people. And they were talking about helping, going to different bison, herds and towards tribes that has around, to help them with, checking the soils and whatnot with the, that they have, for the, to feed the bison there in those, pastures and whatnot. Also talked about fencing that they might be able to, get, from, through from NRCS with, Intertribal Bison Commission paying for it. So, that was a pretty good meeting. It was just a one-day meeting, but it was a pretty good meeting. A lot of information was passed to that, to the, tribes that attended there. But, that's about the only place I went. But, you know, like, Jennifer said, she talked a lot about what we've done here the last quarter, along with Tom. He pretty much said everything that needs to be said, I guess, but what we've done here. So, you know, it's just a lot of work that's have to be done yet with, Public Law 280, along with the drought issues that are coming up. And they're working on that management plan now and whatnot. So it's going to be an interesting summer, you know, so, you know, with drought conditions, as you all see, we don't have that much snow in the mountains. The rain is, very welcome that we had, you know, it's, I've been noticing that some of the ponds down in towards, Nine Pipe and whatnot they're starting to fill up a little bit. So that's kind of good to see something like that. Jay was talking about our land here, you know, but how beautiful and whatnot it is. And yesterday we had a visitor from the Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs from the U.S. Department of Energy. Her name was Wally Jones. And she stated how beautiful a place we had. And she actually broke down and cried, you know, what, the reservation here, you know, the countrysides that we have. She said it's so beautiful here. And she's come from Arizona, I believe, where she came from. And she said, we don't have this kind of land. And down where I come from, she said, this place is so beautiful. She said that I just can't get over what I've seen here. And she's going to come back later on, I guess, and come back and tour again here. But it was, you know, something really, she got pretty sentimental about it, you know, and it's good to have somebody come in here and tell you how beautiful of a place that you live, you know, and I've been here for quite a few years and I know what she's talking about, you know, so, you know, it's a great place to be here. But other than that, like I stated, I don't have that much to report. I want to thank everybody for being here today. Hopefully, we get some breakfast. Yeah, but, you know, just enjoy and hopefully we get through this and honor the people that we are going to honor, you know, and that'll be a great day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bing. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council and distinguished membership. I want to thank you all for taking the time to come and be with us this morning. It's really important to see our memberships, during the quarterly. I mean, it always, at least for me, reminds us who we work for. Okay. I want to thank the two young men that stepped up this morning and did the honor song. What a great way to start the day. That was very, very inspirational, and I really applaud those young men. So thank you. If you guys are still out in the audience, thank you for doing that for us this morning. You know, I have one exciting issue to report to the membership that I've been following really closely is the establishment of a store in Elmo. It's finally going to happen. We have tasked S&K Business Services to begin the process of creating the store. It's going to take a lot of work. I can't sit here and give you a time frame on when it's going to be completed, but things are happening, things are moving, and we're just so excited to see something like this come up in Elmo. So, one of the other important issues that we've been focusing on is PL 280. This has been a very complex issue, trying to look at it from every single angle, trying to determine what path do we move forward that's going to provide protection for our people and making sure that justice is served equally to everybody. And it's challenging, to say the least. But one of our tribal members mentioned that they have not seen a response from the tribe. As you guys seen a lot of this in the media, and I apologize. Yes, we should have been more responsive. However, dealing with the Lake County government has been very abrasive in some manner. So we've been trying to avoid that and stay focused on what we need to do up here to make sure that we get all of the information that we need to make an informed decision, because it's huge. We have until May 30. May 30 is the date, and when PL 280 will dissolve. And we hope to, I can assure you, we will be working harder in the next few weeks to make sure that we are going on the right path. So, but once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here this morning. It means a lot to us, and you all have a good day. And once again, thank you.
Thank you, Len. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esquex, Pesia, Lemlemch, for you all being here. It's kind of nice going at the end because everyone's already said everything. It's been Carol will be the last one, and she'll be able to just make it short and sweet. Yeah, just want to thank my colleagues, membership, and everyone out there that works hard every day for us, that puts in real, 8 to 4:30s and 7 to 5:30s, and the ones that give extra and don't get as much acknowledgement for that. Can't always single you out, but definitely appreciate all the employees out there that work hard for us and make our lives a lot easier. We have a new employee here, new Sergeant at Arms. So Lenny Trahan is our new Sergeant at Arms. We went with that one for a minute, but James's dad did a great job while he was here. And so looking forward to kind of the next few years here. honestly, this last quarter's been kind of quiet because I took a little bit of a break and got some much needed healthcare done. I feel like I should be the poster boy for surgery, hip surgery. Carol did it first, inspired me to do it. My dad had one. It's amazing. I had it about a month ago and I'm good to go. And so hopefully people out there don't wait as long as I did. Chronic pain is not something that you should mess around with. It affects everything, mental health, physical health, lifestyle. So definitely, get out there. I appreciate Tammy, giving her update. Tribal Health is a great service. This quarter, one of the only things I really did is went to the Western Montana Conservation Commission. It's a combination of two different kind of aquatic invasive species groups that protect our water and help keep our water clean. Looking at our watersheds, looking at wastewater. One thing that I saw that we're starting to do the other day is if you have a septic system at your house and it's more than 10 to 15 years old, there's a possibility it could be failing. So find out if you actually have a septic tank. That's something that people don't think about, but it's definitely something you are well aware of if it fails. So that is something that was one of the focuses of our conference we had in Polson the end of January. One of the exciting things is the Big Sky Passenger Rail Authority was approved. They've been trying to reopen the Southern Hiawatha passenger train, runs from Billings through Missoula, through a valley, Dixon, and then over to Sandpoint, Idaho, and connecting in through Spokane. And that's something that they've been approved for a $500,000 study through the Federal Rail Authority. And so it's exciting that our group made it that far. And so that's something that can be down the road. Rail is kind of got a checkered history with Native people, but again, I hope to kind of put a positive spin on that. Milo Booth was here last week from the Department of Transportation. His boss couldn't make it because something happened in Baltimore. I think a bridge had an accident. And so, yeah, prayers for those people that were lost. And the other big thing that I can credit Carol for is Pablo's going to have a skate park. They're going to break ground in October, and that's not going to take the other funding that we have for some infrastructure. I appreciate our staff coming up with creative ideas to look at things that are necessities to our disadvantaged people, our homeless, our housing insecure people, our people fighting addiction, fighting incarceration or the results of that. One part of 280 that we don't really talk about is the mental health aspect of where we're at. Mental health and addiction are two huge factors in incarceration. And that's something that, we really need to take a look at. Residential treatment isn't working on things like fentanyl. It's long-term, it's aftercare, it's case management, it's supportive, holistic support of these people. And we should call them these people. There are brothers and sisters and our family and our kids and parents. And it's something that, we really need to pay attention to and listen. And even when it's uncomfortable, we need to make sure that we're helping people, because part of recovery is relapse. And just because you relapse doesn't mean you're a failure. We've had a lot of people that we brought back literally from death with Narcan, and heard of someone I grew up with that was brought back a few days ago, and it terrifies me because I have kids that are getting to the age of possibly being in that, and that terrifies me. And so Narcan, especially around this time, there's a little bit of money floating around the community right now. Narcan is something that is readily available. And so everyone should have it. You could literally save lives. Sorry to go down kind of a rabbit hole of that. That's just one of the things that's facing our communities. And so positive things, right? I've been part of a little kind of growing community called disc golf or frolf or whatever you want to call it, frisbee golf. We have a course across the street at SKC. It got me through some pretty tough times mentally, physically, and we're having a tournament here in 2 weeks. It's called a Lone Star 3-disc challenge. It's actually really good for beginners and intermediate and advanced. So if you're interested, they're on Facebook. You can just Google that or get a hold of me. And gaming 280, lake levels, it's been an interesting spring. So I'll leave it at that. Let's really focus on the people we're honoring today. Really great men and women. And I appreciate everyone that was here. Having real conversations, I think, is important to really fight and where we're at as a community. And it's not just our community, it's the entire community. And we have to look at some of these issues as that, because addiction doesn't see race, doesn't see those type of things. It's something that affects each and every one of us. And if you haven't been affected, thank your lucky stars that you haven't. So, so much, Bessia.
Thank you, Martin. Danielle?
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here and allowing me the honor to be here today with you all. This first quarter, getting my feet wet up here has been very interesting. I had the privilege to attend the Salish conference and celebrate our language with our members from here and other tribal members. Yeah, I don't know how much more to say, because a lot has been said. PL 280, gaming, lake levels, at the bathhouse. I'm really anxious and interested to see where we get with that and what it can do for the Hot Springs community and our reservation. Upcoming projects, as I'm figuring out how to work through everything. We've got a couple MMIW, MMIP projects coming up in May, a fun run and a self-defense class from an MMA fighter, and I'm going to mess up her name, Molly McFarlane out of Hawaii, is going to grace us with her presence early May. Hoping this all falls together for us. Our Dixon spring cleanup should have been happening this month. I'm hoping that we can do that in early June. Really want to thank Reasons to Live Native out of Tribal Health for the successful family nights that we've had down in our community down there in Dixon, and sad to see them no longer on Thursday nights, but we're going to be doing Salish classes down there. Reasons to Live Native will be doing Salish classes down there now, taking the spot of the Thursday night family night. We were getting a turnout of anywhere from 15 to about 40 people down there on Thursdays. So communities really come together, and the cleanup, I'm hoping this year won't be as tough as it has been in years past. And I don't know if it was Forestry or Division of Fire who got the pole yard down there cleaned up for us, but we really appreciate that. We're only as strong as our weakest links, and that our community is working hard to not be the weakest link in the reservation any longer, and we're going to do better down there. And thank you guys for your support, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Danielle. Cheryl?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the membership, thank you for being here today. I want to start out by thanking Sam for the prayer, and of course the young men who did the drum, and I watched those young men play basketball this year, and they're pretty awesome to watch. And that's what happens when families work hard with their children to make sure they go down a good path. And I just want to share something with you that I shared yesterday about Pine Hills. Pine Hills Correction Facility recently shared at a meeting that 55% of the kids in custody are Native American youth. our kids aren't that bad. It's awful to know how many kids are there. And I know when my sister was young, she was in Twin Bridges. I don't know what that was, if that was a boarding school or what. She wasn't a bad kid either. And so I definitely support this council and this tribe and our legal to go forward with retrocession, full retrocession. I really believe that we can do a better job for our people. We know what our people need. Some of them need mental health, some of them need health care, some of them need counseling. Some of them just need to be loved and know that we aren't going to throw them away. We aren't going to lock them up. That's what they need. And you know, the drug court, not only Lake County, but our healing court, tribal healing court, they're making small strides. And you see a lot of those people that do come out of those that graduate from drug courts or healing courts are doing great things. You know, they're running the hub over here. I don't know if you guys know about the Project 30. It used to be Housing Authority's Project 30. They used to call them Dirty 30s. And they turned it into what we call now the hub. The hub's going to be having a grand opening on the 17th, 1 to 4. And I would like to see every tribal member that can possibly make it show up there and show some kind of unity that this is something that we need. We can do this. I mean, people are saying some really awful things about us Indian people. I look at your faces and I look at your families and I also see people that we've lost. I didn't deserve to be there, but a lot of times it's the way we're treated. I mean, I was stopped the other day, and of course I'm guilty if I'm stopped because I'm usually speeding, but can you imagine a young Indian person or a black man when they see that light? This was explained to me. They're automatically in their head guilty. Guilty. Now that same person, a different color, feels like, I'm gonna fight this, I'm innocent. And so that is like the most unbelievable thought when that was said to me. I thought, yep, definitely feel guilty every time. And so, sorry to get on this soapbox, but I just want you to know that I support full retrocession. I'm also been working on Medicaid expansion reauthorization. That's an issue where me and Martin were able to get our hip replacements, kind of like that. It took a couple of months to get it scheduled and stuff. Medicaid expansion reauthorization brings a lot of third-party revenue into this tribe. And we're able to get these kind of things done because of that extra money. So if Medicaid expansion goes away, we're going to lose a lot. So the tribe and tribal leaders across Montana are fighting hard to make sure, and hospitals. I mean, we could lose hospitals because there's that much money that's involved. And so we need to really make sure that we get out there and head to Helena when this time comes. And I would like to see a lot of people help attend that. And also Medicaid unwinding, which is when COVID ended, I guess, what they call ended, Medicaid unwinding started up. And that means that everybody that had during that COVID time was kept on the Medicaid rolls. Well, when it changed over, the unwinding kicked everybody off. And so now it's a scramble for tribal health and others to get people back on. And some of you may not get back on because of the rule change or just because of the rules that are currently in place. And so it's important that we sign up. If you know family that needs to sign up for Medicaid, it's very important. We lost a person that very important to this tribe, Joe McDonald. Really sad that, you know, we had his services and then also, like Martin said, I've been working on the skate parks. Well, actually, a bunch of us have been working on the skate parks. We had our first meeting and they told us what they could bring to the table. We explained that we could bring some ARPA money to the table. And right now we have definitely three skate parks after Martin just announced Pablo's ago. We'll have one in Ronan, one in Arlee, and one in Pablo here. And the tribes will put $100,000 into each one of those parks, and then we raise money, and Jeff Ament, who is Pearl Jam, he's gonna do some fundraising. Whitney Williams is Pat Williams and Carol Williams' daughter, she's involved. And so we've got a lot of people that come into the table to raise money, and some of the money they already have. But they've done it all across the state, western United States, put skate parks in. You go to a lot of reservations and they already exist. And that's some great things for our kids to do and get out and, you know, have some fun. Also, we met with the Lieutenant Governor. The council did, that was on water rights and 280 jurisdiction. We attended the art gala for Arlee Rehabilitation Committee. That's the animal shelter. They raise money to do things for animals, and so that was really fun. That was a nice setup. And then I attended Lake County Drug Court, Healing Court, and then I mentioned the hub, went to Frank Tyro's honoring. Attend Boys and Girls Club. I'm on the board of directors of the Boys and Girls Club, both Polson and Ronan and Mission. And then I also volunteer at the Bread Basket when I can find time. I went to the bathhouse last week instead of doing that, and I kind of missed it. So, American Indian Health Leaders, there's 300 million that the governor signed into House Bill 372, I believe it is, signed 300 million into law. And what me, Patricia Hibbler, and Jennifer went and attended that, gave testimony like she said, and we asked for, I believe there was 51 million to put towards a treatment center out of that pool. I don't know if it'll happen, but definitely we got our ask in, and hopefully we're gonna be pursuing that. I'm not sure where the treatment center is gonna be, but like she said, it's a regional treatment center with cultural relevancy to it. Met with, the Polson City Mayor, and just went to lunch with him, and county commissioners and a whole bunch of us were there, and it was really a nice meeting. We were supposed to go on a field trip, but of course we got busy. Lastly, I want to say the executive team and our CEO will be giving a update. And I'll tell you, there's some amazing things going on in this organization and how busy they are. And I don't know how they juggle the things that they do, but our staff are amazing. And so I just want to do a shout out to them. I know Deward's here, the Water Compact people, and SKMM, you know, they're just doing so much, and it's cost a lot, but you know, we've got a lot of things that need to be done. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you to all the council. I won't add a whole lot. I kind of like this position in being in last. I can talk about the bathhouse a little. A couple of folks have mentioned it, and I'm sure you're all aware of the bathhouse. It's sitting vacant for, I don't know how long, 30 years, 35 years now. And I've watched it all that time, and people are breaking into it. We'd board it up so that, try to keep it secure. They'd break in, and a lot of graffiti, and kids were in there drinking and actually getting even onto the roof. And so I came back to council, really, it started with Lands. I started with Lands saying, hey, we got to keep this secure, and they would go back and they would board it up again. And in a matter of days, it would be opened up again, and they'd go back and board it up. And it was impossible to keep secure. And I just was so scared of the liability of some of our kids getting in trouble there and somebody really getting hurt. Just not worth the effort. And so I finally came back and asked the council if we could actually push hard to get this thing either very secure or else demolish it. And we took the action to have it demolished. And one of our concerned citizens over in Hot Springs, he was wanted to save the building. He thought it was a tremendous asset that the tribe had. I couldn't disagree with him. It's quite a structure. And so he and I, arranged to have a day to go and actually look at the structure. And after looking at the structure and seeing just how sound the cement foundation and the whole building was, I came back to council and said, you know, I'd love to have the council take a field trip and look at this building before we actually demolish it. And so he actually coordinated a lunch for us, and a handful of us went over and went through the building looking at it. And there's some parts of it that have to be totally taken away. And there's still some asbestos and toxic lead in the building that has to be remediated, but we're finding a way to do that. But we came back and we rescinded our demolition order. And now we're looking at remediating it, and then we'll move forward with actually cleaning it up as best as we possibly can and getting it secure and looking for what it can become. And so I'm glad to see that finally. I've been watching that building for way too long, and we've been wondering about the possibilities of the hot springs for way too long. So I think this will trigger something really moving forward in a positive way with the hot springs. In addition, at the district, people are talking about the skate parks, and I hope you all know that council has dedicated $100,000 to every community, and that's what some of the communities are putting toward these skate parks. In Hot Springs, we've been considering the skate park, but as it was, I tried to let everybody know that this was a community type of fund of money to do community things with. And so we've actually established a community committee to talk about what they want to do with $100,000. And if your community hasn't decided what to do with that money yet, I would suggest getting a committee together of some sort from the community to talk about what you can do with that money. So skate parks are available, it sounds like. And so, and then the one other thing I want to talk about from the district is my good friend Daryl Whitworth has been asking for a road to be built to one of our Camas Prairie cemeteries for going on 30 years. And he keeps bringing that back, and we're talking about it. So we're actually talking about what it's going to cost to do that, and I'm looking for money for that. It's very much needed. At one of the funerals, they actually had to go get a tractor to pull the hearse to the cemetery to actually go forward with the ceremony. And we just can't have that. We got to get a road built to that cemetery, and I fully support Daryl's wishes. We're looking for money to do that. And to end, I just want to reemphasize that always keep our kids, our youngsters that are preschool, our youngsters who are in grade school, our young adults that are in high school, keep those in your prayers. Keep those kids in our prayers. That's our future. And with that, we'll close our council updates and move on to the honorees that we have for today. We have individuals who have recently retired, and we want to read those names for the record. Benny McDonald, recently retired. Edward Weinbrenner, recently retired. Kenneth Claremont, recently retired. Dale Nelson, recently retired. Charles Morgeau, recently retired. Gordon Fyan, recently retired. Wilhelmina Heenan, recently retired. Those are our retirees that we have for the quarter. In addition to our retirees, we have a number of our folks who have worked for us for 20 years, and we'll read those for the record as well. Mary Rogers, Rebecca McDonald, Nikki Nicholas, John Harrison, Sarah Lutz, Randall Finley, Antoine Incashola Jr., Mountain Wall, Angela Lozo, Joseph Quickasu, Sadie Stops, John Bunce, Marla Couture, Evan Smith, Marianne Bird, Tracy Plant, Angela Grant, Jamie Shaw. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emil Gardapi, Marilyn Kayai, Johnny Keenan, Thomas Haynes, Wayne McCoy, Thomas Maestas, Michael Matt, Juanita Swaney, Linda Molitaire, Michael McCray, Marcella Marcila, Vanessa Finley, Brian Upton, Colleen Couture, Rebecca Dabney, Lawrence Mays, Miranda DePoe.
James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Georgina Big Beaver, Sandra Andrew, David Burton, Amanda Bordo, Crystal Bunce, Daniel J. Decker, Lyndon Plant, Pamela Dusty Bull, Betty Weaselhead, Marion Bagola, Alfred Molitaire, Jimmy. If you didn't know his real name was Alfred. Daniel Tromp, Douglas Mays, Russell Vincent, Dr. Leanna Muski, Terry Burke, and John Hammer.
As you can see, we have a whole lot of folks to give a great thanks to for how this organization's run and how we are successful. And so thank you to all those folks. In addition, we have honorees today. And we'll start out, we'll basically have a little statement read for each of the honorees. First, we have Charles Morgeau, retired CSKT employee. Jimmy?
Thank you, Chairman. Council, today I have the honor to say a little bit about Charlie Marshall. That I've had the pleasure to work with Charlie for a lot of years, off and on, and in different areas. And first, let me say, I want to wish all these retirees, wish them well. I mean, enjoy your retirement. It's I know almost all of them. But Charlie, Charlie's, he's been around the tribes working for the tribes for a lot of years. Charlie, one of the things that he was really proud of, he talked a lot about, was his time in the service as a Marine. He decorated veteran, and he had a lot of good stories about time in the service. And he was very proud of his family, very proud of the sports, avid fan of the Mission Bulldogs. And I had the pleasure to work with him for after in council 2008 to 2011, James Steele and some of the others, and Carol, we all got to work together back then. But then after that, after we were done, Charlie worked for Tribal Health, driving dialysis patients, people to real critical appointments, and he really liked that. I mean, he really had pride in that. He worked hard to make sure that he got those people to where they needed to be for their illness. And I worked with him in there. He called me and asked me to come help him do this for a couple of years. And I've never seen anybody that worked as hard as Charlie. Charlie had a lot of pride in what he did, and a lot of pride in the service that he gave to his country and to his tribe here. It's amazing to work with Charlie. I just wish him the best. He's dedicated his life to home here, to everything that's here. He's just a wonderful man and a very good friend, and it's an honor for me to say I'll wish him well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you to the family for Charles, very much so. Bob Gochi is being honored today. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to add a little bit more to what Jimmy said about Charlie, because I worked with Charlie for many years as a game warden and worked with him as a colleague, as a supervisor, then worked with Charlie when he was on council. And he had a pivotal leadership role. A couple of key things that we worked on, one of them being the bison range and our annual funding agreements. And then and also with the Yellowstone bison. He was there when we were doing major changes in managing the Yellowstone bison, when we were really stepping forward and restoring our bison hunt and actively engaged in management in the Yellowstone bison. And Charlie was there as our council representative and provided insight to that. He also was real critical in the role of our Bonneville Power Administration as we secured funding for mitigation for Hungry Horse Dam in Libby. And we had a lot of trips over to Portland, where Charlie was instrumental in providing that role as a council representative. So what I really appreciate about Charlie was he listened to staff and he heard it and he understood it and he was able to digest that information from everybody that was involved and come back with a good recommendation. And so I thought Charlie was a wonderful game warden and a wonderful tribal council representative, and I really appreciate his work, his dedication to his people, because that's all he's ever wanted to do, was serve his community, be strong for his family, support his family, and he loved sports, he loved the community, and what a wonderful person Charlie is, and I wish him well in his retirement. With that, we have another person that was recently recognized nationally for his work in tribal housing authority work. And so Bob Gochi was recognized at the United Native American Housing Association recently, and I'm just going to read the press release that came out with that, talking about Bob and how he was so important for the advancement of tribal housing in the United States, and particularly here on our own reservation. In 1983, Bob Gochi was hired as the Salish and Kootenai Housing Authority Executive Director. And during his tenure, Bob quickly made significant changes to the development and operation of the Housing Authority. Bob's philosophy of, if it doesn't say you can't do it, that means you can do it. And that began his look into he took the torch and continued until he passed it on to his successor, Jason Adams, in 2003. During his 20 years at the helm of the Housing Authority, Bob participated and led improvements for housing needs at the Flathead, including the construction of over 300 new housing units, building a high-quality maintenance department at the Housing Authority, increasing their staff from about 10 to 80, designing and building 3 new housing offices, successfully applying for and building 40 family self-sufficiency units for the Salish Kootenai College. In 1985, under the tribal reorganization effort, Bob led the process of blending Housing Improvement Program, LEAP, and Indian Sanitation Facilities Act funding together, in addition to bringing all the tribal community water and wastewater systems under the Housing Authority management. Over the years, one aspect of Bob's enduring leadership is the importance and effort he has always placed on supporting and mentoring up-and-coming housing leaders, including the staff management team at Housing. From his days at Housing, those folks included Carolyn Vioda, Ron Trahan, Carrie Irvin, Al Sloan, Jason Adams, and Ruby Vanderberg. All were certified Indian housing managers, and Bob was the first to declare that most of the things accounted for during his time at the Housing would not have happened without this group. Additional highlights from his time at Housing included applying for and building the Felsman Edition, the first in the nation rent-to-own low-income housing tax credit project consisting of 20 single-family homes, 20 more units of rent-to-own units for the Kasanka Community Development Corporation in Elmo, working with funding sources to install radio telemetry program to assist community water and wastewater systems in an effort to improve services to the tribal members while lowering their costs. Bob spearheaded many firsts for the tribes as well, creating the Flathead Finance Program, first home ownership in HUD Region 8. And as the Tribal Economic Development Director from 2003 to 2006, he was an integral part of the tribal committee to found Eagle Bank, serving as the first board chair at Eagle Bank for 6 years. Today, Eagle Bank holds over $133 million in assets. National recognitions and impacts of Bob's effort include being part of the team in 1985 that blended Northern Plains Housing Association and the Dakota Territories Housing Association, creating the United Native Housing Association. Then serving as the first chairman and now as administrator in 2024. Acting as a committee member of National American Indian Housing Council that created Amaranth. Appointed by HUD to Secretary's Committee that produced regulations for the 1937 Housing Act, including Mutual Help Program in 1988. While also serving on various other national and notable committees, such as chairing the Title II Affordable Housing Committee of the Negotiated Rulemaking Committee in 1998. The Seattle Federal Home Bank Board, the National CDFI Advisory Board for the U.S. Treasury, and the appointment to the Montana Board of Housing from 2003 to 2019. One of the most important aspects of Bob's legacy is his 1992 appointment to the National Commission on American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian Housing, where he served as chairman and then issued a report to the United States Congress entitled A Blueprint for Change. In his report, 50 critical recommendations were made to the Congress to improve housing for Native Americans, and it became the core of the new law, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996. With this act across Indian country, tribes have finally been able to exercise self-determination in ways that were more beneficial and aligned with the indigenous communities across the nation, especially here at home on the Flathead Reservation. And a quote from our Chairman Dolson, at CSKT, we are proud of Bob and appreciate the effort and trailblazing he executed for our tribes and for all of Indian country, said Michael Dolson. We know that without his leadership, the critical need for housing in many communities across the country would not be as healthy or meaningful. We congratulate Bob for his acknowledgement of a lifetime of hard work and dedication to the needs of so many. And I also want to footnote that Bob, again, like our other honorees today, was really part of his community. And he stepped up and served on so many boards locally. He's on the Lower Flathead Valley Foundation, provided critical support for local activities and sports. And, it just goes on and on. So Bob's been a great asset to the tribes in our community. So it's great to be able to honor Bob for a lifetime of leadership.
Thank you, Tom. We also want to honor Drew Hendrickson today. Tom, you have that as well.
I do, and I thank you for the honor for being able to recognize another important person. There's people that are just part of the thread of a community. And in the Jocko Valley, one of those individuals is Drew Hendrickson. And I've known Drew for, please clap because he's deserving of everything he has coming at him. I think I met Drew a long time ago, kind of up in the woods over by, behind Job Corps at a house. I think there was something going on there. So that was a long time ago. But I've been fortunate to know Drew and Lolita for basically, the last 40 years or longer. And so I know how Drew is so much part of the community. And he steps up and does so much for his family and friends. And he's the glue that keeps people together. So I want to read this, and I want to thank you to Shane and Jim for helping put this together. So Drew joined the Arley Voluntary Fire Department in 1978. A year later, in 1979, became the first EMT for the community of Arley and held that position for 45 years. He helped the transition of the Arley Quick Response Unit from a red station wagon with a light on it to a bona fide ambulance service. I kind of envisioned like Ghostbusters kind of thing, red, match Arley's colors. What that first thing was, I don't think I actually laid eyes on it. As he gained his EMT credential and experience, it allowed the Arley QRU to move from a scoop and haul of victims to an ambulance service that provided emergency treatment of patients. In addition, he helped the Arley Volunteer Fire Department grow from a one-bay repurposed jailhouse to a newly built fire and EMS station that holds an ambulance, fire trucks, water tanker, and support vehicles. As none of this was free, he spent countless hours, volunteering his time to raise funds by staffing fire engines on wildfires, helping host fundraisers such as the infamous St. Patty's Day Green Goat Auction and the Arley 4th of July Pancake Breakfast, which really has become a family tradition for Arlesians from far and wide. You got to do that. You got to attend that. During Drew's tenure with the Arley Fire Department, he was the top responder for 20 plus years, only to be bested by his granddaughter during his last year. He's logged more than 6,000 instant responses and over 15,000 hours of service. He is responsible for saving countless lives and minimized property damage by responding to individual drug and alcohol overdoses, multiple victim car wrecks, grass fires, wildland fires, structure fires, chemical spills, and providing that reassurance to parents by staffing the ambulance at the Arley football games. Maybe for the visiting parents more than the local parents. But he held the position of the assistant fire chief for many years, as well as the fire chief for 10 consecutive years. Drew's experience led to the leadership and mentorship of fellow volunteers, which helped the volunteer program earn its trust of the community and become the pride of the Jocko Valley. In 2015, he was awarded the Montana Governor's Volunteer Emergency Medical Service Provider of the Year and for the state of Montana. When nobody else would step up, he did what needed to be done by taking time out of his personal life and business to help others. He answered every personal phone call with humility, knowing it would be someone that needed help. The fire department, being made of community members, is no different than the community at large. He never asked which county you lived in, whether you were Indian or not, whether you were on trust or fee property. For 46 years, Drew has not just provided us emergency services, he has given us a community standard to strive for, as well as an example of what community means, a true community leader. And I want to thank you, Drew, from the bottom of my heart for your service, the Arley Fire Department, and being that for the community. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Drew, and thank you, Tom. And these girls are making this an annual type of thing. Ronan High School girls wrestling teams. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to the two-time defending state champion girls wrestling. It's really an amazing feat for a group of young women that have started out in 2020 with a wrestling program. Their coach, Dylan Kramer, Cameron Nice, who's one of our family down in Arley. His dad, John, I've known for quite a few years, and the families of all these students, really, they deserve a lot of credit for the early practices, the late practices, the driving to tournaments, the travel during the summers. Anymore, it's a year-round event. And so it's something that we really need to recognize our youth and take pride in our communities when we have accomplishments like this. I moved to the community and was able to coach one of my little cousins, who is the two-time defending champion in her weight class, Tirza Two Teeth. My brother, AKA brother, niece, River Cody, is another one that I've seen their whole lives, and it's amazing to watch the development of a program from literally from nothing into this. And it's something that we should have done it right when you guys came back, but because of circumstances or whatever, we felt like this would be a good opportunity to recognize you and your families. And so keep it up. You have a championship to defend. So next year, maybe we can do this again. So much.
Thank you, Martin. And good job, girls. And with that, I'd like to invite all the honorees to come up. The family of Charles Morgeau, Bob, if he's here, Drew, come up, and girls, come up front, and we have a gift for you. And with that, I'd also invite our drummers to come and give us an honor song.
Mr. Chairman, Charlie sent the biggest guys. There's only one blanket, so.
About another applause for all these honorees. And thank you to the drum. Take a break or Bob? Sort of out of place. With that, we'll have a break until about 11 o'clock for folks to get breakfast, and then we'll get back on schedule here with our reports from our other agencies. Thank you guys, everybody. Tom needs bacon.
I left some key rings on the front here if you wanna, they're extra key rings
Bob,
from
are you there?
employee honoring. If you want one, they're on the desk out here.
Bob, Coachy, are you on?
How's that?
Hi, Bob. Good to see you.
Good morning.
We went through the honorees and we read your deal. I don't know if you want us to read that again to you. We can do it.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I was, had my first day at the hospital yesterday with chemo, so I just kind of laying around today. I didn't know anything about, to be there. So I got, and I checked and I saw the invitation for the Zoom. So, no,
That's
I was,
great. We got a gift for you. We'll get that to you for sure, and we sure appreciate everything.
well, thank you for the kind words and the article. And it was very humbling, for the association. I always tell everybody it all begins with the tribal council. And through the years, we've had really, really good tribal councils that have supported expansion and our work with nationally and locally, and also good boards. And I'm so proud to be a member of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes.
Well, yeah, your honor is well deserved, just so well deserved, and you definitely fight hard with this health stuff and recover quick.
Well, I'm doing my best. I have a good support system, so I feel very lucky.
And as I say, we got a gift. We'll get it to you. And thank
Sounds
you for
good.
your service.
Well, thank you very much.
Hmm.
Bye-bye.
Well, we're past 11. Let's get this show started again. And our first report will come from SKMM. An update from John Nice, Dan Derglow, and Kyle, I believe. So come on up and tell us some good stuff. We're ready when you are.
Yeah. Good morning, Esquex, Kisik, Whitnam, everyone. We are SKMM, SK Mission Management. We are grateful. It's a day of recognition and acknowledgement. That's what we're all about. So we appreciate the opportunity to be before you today, as we are every single time that we come before you, and honored. And we're grateful for the invite to visit a little bit in generalities. I know that we've come before you on a number of occasions for specific projects, specific task orders, and the details therein. But anyway, appreciate the opportunity to visit with you and give you a little bit of an update in terms of things we've completed, things we are currently working on, and things that we potentially work on. Again, day of acknowledgement, recognition. I think it's really important for us as SKM representatives, as an LLC under the SKT umbrella, to acknowledge and recognize a few individuals before we get started with a short slideshow that we have today. First of all, Tribal Council, really want to acknowledge and appreciate and express our appreciation to you and Rick Enius in particular, in terms of working with Chad Cotta, Josh Mackey, and our board of directors in terms of creating, developing the IDIQ, the prime contract under which we operate. So that's been about a year and a half in progress, in work, and then was developed and implemented and approved, I believe, late summer, early fall of 22, with our first employee, or we call him our legacy employee, coming on in December of 22, and then really getting rolling in terms of tasks and task orders and projects, spring of 23. So anyway, there was a lot of work and conversation, discussion, dialogue that took place in terms of creating the LLC called SK Mission Management. Again, we want to express our appreciation for that discussion, dialogue, and foundational groundwork, I think, that has got into the development of us and who we are right now. Also like to express our gratitude and appreciation for the directors that we work with. In particular, Lisa Shorts, who I visit with frequently, scheduled,
on a weekly basis in terms of updates and coordination, communication, and all of the things SKM in particular, and the programs that she supports. So appreciate those weekly conversations back and forth, and a healthy dialogue, in my opinion, in terms of those conversations that we have with her on a weekly basis. Also, would be remiss if I did not mention the other directors that we are beginning to develop relationships and look forward to developing stronger relationships. That's Greg Spar, Tony Inkashola, and Patricia Hibler. So small handful of conversations with those folks and their support of the departments that they serve. So I think it's really important for us to mention them as directors, your directors of administration and all things CSKT organization. Looking forward to building an even stronger foundational relationship with them in particular. Moving down the org chart, if you will. Visiting with, supporting with, and looking forward to developing additional relationship with respective department heads across the organization. Again, just support and dialogue opportunity to build not only our capacity in the work that we do, but supporting them and building their capacity in the work that they do, support their various departments. As an independent LLC under the SKT umbrella, we would not be as successful as we are up to this point without the support of the young man sitting to my left. You're right. In a nutshell, John knows facilities. And in terms of his oversight and supervision, there's a vast collection of buildings up and down the reservation. And if you've spent any time with John in terms of the work that he has to do and putting out figurative fires on a daily basis, his phone is going off all the time. So he is running up and down the reservation, but his support, his knowledge, his expertise in terms of every single building across the entire infrastructure is really amazing. So in terms of our conversation and support with him with facilities and maintenance in particular, that's the primary program that we do work with at this point. He knows what needs to be done. He knows what can be done. So it's really important conversations and dialogues that we have with John on a regular basis. I would say daily with our various project managers. So anyway, that's really important conversations, and he's an invaluable resource to us in terms of supporting us in the work that we do in the development of the projects and the task orders that we bring to all of you. Okay. I'm going to try to go to the next slide here. There we go. All right. Who are we? What do we do? And why SKMM? We are young, figuratively. We do have some younger project managers. With the director of operations, that's myself, and then we have four project managers up to this point. We are building capacity. We started with 2 in December of 22, and now we've expanded to 4. So there's lots of work out there to be done. We are new, and we are tribal members, tribal descendants, and we're proud of that. We're credentialed in various backgrounds, which I think lends to the diversity of who we are and where we come from. As many of you know, I come from a background of education and leadership, which I think is why I'm in the position I am in terms of supporting. And that's how I look at it, supporting the project managers in terms of on the ground work that they're doing with not only John, but various departments across the organization. So again, various credentials, college degrees, and really, in multiple conversations with Josh and Chad, and I'm sure with the board of directors prior to me coming on board, is building the capacity of those individual project managers as tribal members and tribal descendants, and supporting the efforts that we do and support departments across the board. In terms of credentialing, again, I think it's noteworthy in terms of their backgrounds, their higher education experience. They are all working towards or have obtained what the the gold standard, if you will, in terms of project managers, that project management professional credentials. So we're all working towards that in some way, shape, or form, including myself. So looking at expanding our knowledge and capacity and experience as well. What do? We support projects for CSKT infrastructure from concept to completion. Everything that we've done so far. So there are a lot of ideas out there. John has a lot of needs in terms of the facilities program. So we work with him very closely in terms of what needs to be done, developing those scopes of work and those statement of objectives and getting those to task order and proposal. And those are the details that you see before you probably every few weeks. We come before you every few weeks or every month or so in terms of developing that project, that proposal. So from idea, not only John, but other programs as well in supporting those and trying to bring those to fruition. Our primary initial focus has been facilities and maintenance, primarily deferred maintenance, and we appreciate the work, we appreciate the support that we've received from all of you and that opportunity for work. Let's see, vendor management. Again, we are new, we are young in this arena. We have, gosh, I'm going to estimate 10 to 20 established relationships with vendors up and down the area, up and down the valley, if you will, the reservation. Lake County, Western Montana, those are continuing to emerge in terms of our relationships and dialogue with vendors that we do work with. But there's always room for improvement. There's room for growth in terms of our work with vendors up and down the area, not only in the area, but in the region as well as we expand our capacity. We were a really good conversation a couple of weeks ago. We hosted a vendor forum up at our executive offices up in Polson that I think was a really healthy discussion and dialogue in terms of our relationships and working with tribal vendors up and down the reservation. So we're pretty proud of the relationships we've built thus far and looking forward to building even stronger relationships with those folks that we're working with. There are three tenets in terms of our decision making and our decision making. It's quality. And that's really important for us because that's really important. We think and we feel that that's very, very, very important for you in terms of the work that's done. That's our primary focus. We're interested in working with folks that can provide and do a quality job in terms of supporting CSKT, and that's why we're here. And the other is cost. It's really important figure calculation for us in terms of the folks that we work with. If there is money to be saved, we're going to do that because the more money that we save you, the more money we feel that can be applied to other projects up and down the reservation and improvements in the infrastructure and the facility. And the other one is schedule. That's really an important factor for us in terms of schedule and meeting schedule, being on schedule and staying on budget. So those are really important, big decision points for us in terms of the work that we do. And again, having SKT and the experience that SKT brings and the personnel that it brings really supports us in the work that we can do and certainly adds capacity and value to us in terms of being able to do what we do. Okay, again, we are young relatively. We have completed 16 projects in about a year's time. Now we come before you for task order approvals. There's the task order itself, and then there's the proposal, which has all of the details of the proposal that we're looking at. But I think it's really important to note, 16 might not seem like a whole lot, but built into every single task order that we bring before you, there are multiple task areas within each task order. So we might say it's an HVAC project, an HVAC task order. But keep in mind, and I think it's important for people to understand that there are 35 buildings and HVAC installation and repairs built under that task order. And I don't have the number right in my head, but it's over 100 over 100 units that were installed for that single task order. So 16 completed projects might not seem like a whole lot. And then the same thing for roofing projects. Roofing project and the previous iteration, one task order, but 17 roofs. We've supported, we haven't done it, we've supported, managed, and supervised the installation of 17 roofs across the entire CSKT infrastructure. Windows and doors, bulletproof windows, bulletproof doors. Unfortunately, that's something that we've had to supervise, manage, and be a part of that discussion. And you know, all know a part of that as well. 12 active projects, those are things we've got going on right now. We're really proud of, and we're really proud of even the little things, even a single roof on an early childhood services building, whether it's in Polson or Ronan or Mission or Lee. We're really proud of that. And a lot of people might not see that or don't know that, but we're really proud of the work that goes into that, and us supporting John and us supporting tribal vendors that are doing that and other vendors that are doing that. And those are really important to us. So we're managing, we're supervising, we're on site supporting those efforts. So we're really proud of that. You don't see those kind of things. You might not see all of the HVAC units that are out there and about. But again, 35 buildings and over 100 units. We're really proud of that. We're really, really, really proud of, you haven't seen it yet, the Blue Bay Dock. With your support, we've supervised and managed that project. And I think that can be a point of pride for CSKT in terms of work that is done to the infrastructure. We're really excited and we're on schedule. And the weather has helped in terms of the Elmo Stick Game Pavilion. That's going really well. We're excited about that. I haven't been up there in 2 or 3 weeks, but it sounds like things are going pretty well up there. And hopefully there's a buzz. Hopefully there's some excitement around that project in and of itself. And all of the other things we've got going on in terms of projects, we're really proud of those as well. Again, roofing, fencing, stairs, decks, ramps, and rails. I think there's individual testament across the organization in terms of departments, department heads, and hopefully some employees in terms of some of the work that's been done. I look at the Blue Bay Lake House here and the windows there. They look really beautiful. And they're clean and they're brand new. So those kind of things I think are really important. I think one testament in terms of doors and windows in particular, visiting with some employees in that facility or that building in particular, was it was a lot quieter and a lot cooler once we got those windows installed and properly taken care of. So I think your employees are happy. Hopefully your departments are happy, and hopefully you're happy. And ultimately, the membership's more happy with a lot of the work that's being done. I think hopefully we can be proud. We're proud of the work that's being done. We hope that the department heads are proud and that your leaders are proud, and we hope that the employees are proud, and in turn supporting the membership that they serve and doing a good job. Again, we, in terms of our future, we're young, we're new, we're building capacity, we're building knowledge, we're building experience, project by project by project, week by week, month by month. Again, I think it's really important. We have a modest, arranged, agreed to fee, and internal that comes back to you. I mean, any profit that we're making, of course, covers our costs, but again, in the long run, a lot of those are coming back to you. Yeah, we talked a little bit about the vendor database and building those relationships with all the vendors up and down the reservation, up and down Western Montana, and then ultimately and definitely across the region as well in terms of our capacity grows and our projects get bigger. So looking forward to that. We look forward to continued engagement, continued reflection, continued dialogue with all of the vendors that we do work with, and even those vendors that aren't successful. Important dialogue and conversations that we have with them as follow-up conversations in terms of how do we get to a better place? How do you submit a better bid? How do you engage and secure work with us to support the tribe and the tribe's efforts. Again, we are primarily, the work that we are doing at this point is F&M. There's a lot of deferred maintenance out there over a course of a couple of years. We're hoping that we can knock a lot of those out. I think there's always going to be that work, but we are excited, enthusiastic about potential growth out there. There's a lot of work to be done out there, water compact in particular. We're proud of, we're excited about conversations we're starting to have with other department heads and some of the needs that they have. So we're expanding our capacity, knowledge, and experience in doing that. Again, I don't have a lot more other than just expressing our gratitude, our thanks for the opportunity to make a difference. And we think we are. Sometimes you might not see it on a day-to-day basis, but we do in terms of the entire infrastructure, and working with guys like this are pretty good for us. So we enjoy that. John, did you have anything else?
Thank you, Dan. You didn't introduce yourself. Dan Derglow, and the guy to your right, Kyle Felsman, and Carol has a question.
I'm sorry.
I have a question. The regional intent, and I know it came up in council about a week ago about the water compact and why you guys were basically put together, I believe as a small construction organization, is to kind of oversee the water compact funds that will be put in the ground and to save the CSKT money, plus to bring back money back into the tribes from that pool. Can you touch on that at all?
Yeah, one thing we've dabbled in a little bit in working with them, and our relationships are expanding in terms of folks within a division of engineering, water resources in particular. We've done, we're really proud of a project we did, supported them in terms of their pipes. They had ordered 150 plus loads of pipes, and we've staged those down in Mission. So we were involved in that unloading and staging, and continue that conversation. But we know that there's other projects out there that division in particular might be looking for some support with, and we're keenly interested and excited about having those conversations. And we're starting to get a little more interest from other departments as well in terms of, hey, can you help us with this? And these are content area experts, right? They're experts in what they do. So in terms of management, infrastructure, construction, they're not really experts in that. So we look forward to supporting them in that. I mean, we want them attending to their work in particular and supporting their staff. So in terms of those infrastructure improvements, they might not be very well versed or experienced in that. That's where we come in terms of supporting them in those efforts. So I hope I answered your question. Okay. Any other questions? More questions?
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. You know, I'm working on basketball court next to the Longhouse. Is that too small of a project for you all to think about?
We're always interested in the conversations. If we can help support that, we will. If folks can do that on their own, we'll be more interested in having that conversation than just making that determination.
Yeah, because we've got right in that area, we got Tallman Park has 4, but you know, there's only one basket that's actually functioning.
Sure.
And then the ones next to Longhouse, there's only one that has,
Mm-hmm.
so trying to see if we can get those fixed and repaired, so. But
that's a good point in terms of
I
quality.
know Dixon has one too that Danielle's trying to get repaired, so.
Yeah, quality, cost and schedule. I know that we have really in-depth, in detail conversations with John in terms of his budget. So that's one of the first questions we have. Is there a budget for those items? With John in particular, if he doesn't, then that's a little deeper conversation in terms of, okay, where's that going to come from and what does that look like?
Bing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, last Saturday, we had a Easter egg hunt down at the harbor down in Arlee. It had rained a little bit before that, and every seam that runs lengthways on that harbor leaked. I mean, you go down there, you could see where it leaked all the way across that new carpet. You know, and it was, it's clear across the whole harbor. There was a seam about every 4 feet maybe, where they leaked all the way down to our feet. And I thought that was supposed to be fixed last fall.
Are you talking about the dance pavilion or the stick
Yeah,
game
the
pavilion?
harbor, right down there.
The dance arbor?
Mhm.
Yeah. I know there were a number of repairs that were done there. I think, John, if you want to address that or talk about that in detail.
I think that one was supposed to be repaired, or it was repaired. I know there were numerous holes in there that were repaired. I don't know if they paid any attention to the seams where they overlap, but that can be addressed as in is a spray over on that. Maybe, I'm guessing that they didn't know about the seams leaking. They definitely knew about the holes in it though, where the screws backed out, and they did reattach all those. So that could be put on the warranty list also.
And the water situation down there, those pipes are gonna be changed to go into that, restroom area.
Yeah, we're going through an assessment with plumbers and engineers right now. Another major concern with that is the depth of the well. As once the piping gets done in the canals, it's gonna affect the water levels. To what extent, we don't know yet, but so we have 2 wells there currently that, we're gonna have to start with that. See how deep they are and how much they put out. Well, thank you, Dan and John and Kyle. This is supposed to be a report time and not necessarily a question time, so we appreciate the report.
With that, I would just thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I would just offer, if there is a concern, if there is a question, if you just love to have a conversation about this or that, do not hesitate to reach out to me or give me a phone call or just stop in and say hello. And I'd love to visit with you, myself or Chad, are completely open door policy in terms of those conversations. Thanks again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council. I'm much.
Thank you, guys. Ne- Next, we have reports from our executive team. Jordan, I guess Greg and Patricia are here with you, and so Jordan, Greg, and Patricia. Yeah, Jordan, come up.
I'm assuming it's ladies first,
Ladies first.
so I'm gonna jump in. I just have a few updates, as council knows, but also for the people that are online. My name is Patricia Hibbler and I'm the Executive Director of Tribal Member Services. So, very honored to be here working on behalf of council and our tribal members with the 7 departments that I have the pleasure of overseeing. I have just a few updates that I'll make today. You heard 2 of our councilwomen, Finley and Langford, talk about House Bill 278 and the 300 million that has been set aside for mental health and developmental disabilities. So CSKT has been tracking that, and of course, as Councilwoman Langford said, there has been a request that's gone to the state for over 51 million to be set aside for tribes, with a portion of that being set aside for the regional healing center. That particular center is one that's being developed collectively by the tribes in Montana and Wyoming. They recently have been talking about governance structure and have decided to be formed as a tribal nonprofit under Fort Peck law, and that happened on March 29th of this year, so just a few weeks ago. It's called Red Shield 8 Nations. I'll talk just a little bit about that name. So there is a council of elders that is coming together to really advise on the development of this healing center. We do have representatives from CSKT. One of those elders suggested calling it Red Shield Treatment Center. And that comes historically from our war shields and the power of the color red. And the feeling that this movement of tribes coming together to create this center really is for protection and livelihood of our tribal members over time. So that's where the name Red Shield 8 Nations actually comes from. The main purpose of this nonprofit is, again, for the tribes to work collectively to create a system and a facility for treatment. The very first project that they're undertaking is the development of an adult treatment and detox center. Possible site locations include the Billings area with conversations. If Western Crow would like to donate land, Great Falls, Little Shell tribal area. Little Shell has donated, created a land donation proposal. And then the third site is land within CSKT. I've heard several council members this morning talk about the beauty of our land and the healing of our land and how we feel when we wake up in the morning and we put our feet and we walk on our ground. Other tribes feel the same thing. And that is the reason why they have come forward and asked if CSKT would donate land for this treatment center to be built. And I'm thankful that Tribal Council is so willing to do so and going to look at land that you might recommend be donated for this treatment center to be built on. So the exact plots of land will be determined, I hope, in the next couple of weeks, so we can get that information back out to the decision makers of this nonprofit, so they can decide which of those 3 areas might be best based on the criteria that's been set forth. There is a contract with an architectural firm called 7 Directions, which is a Native-owned architectural firm that will be doing some of the analysis and the assessment of those 3 land choices and providing that information to the board as they move forward. I also want to thank Chairman Jennifer Finley and her willingness to serve on the board of Red Shield 8 Nations. So she is, as was designated by the council, she is on that board. And then alternates are Kathy Ross, Joe Dergalo, and myself. At the March 29th meeting, an executive committee was elected. I was elected as chairperson. Jason Smith, director of the Montana Consortium for Urban Health, and also a tribal member here, was elected as vice chair. Molly Wendland, Little Shell Tribal Director of Operations, was elected as secretary, and Todd Wilson, Helena Alliance, Indian Alliance Director, was elected as treasurer. So that's the executive committee of Red Shield 8 Nations moving forward. We all want that treatment center tomorrow. It's probably 2 to 3 years off. But I will say bringing the tribes in Montana and Wyoming together and to get to this point and to organize as a governance structure, organize as a tribal nonprofit, which puts us at a great place to really be able to access and apply for funding. That was the best way to organize. That is the first solid foundation moving us forward to that point. So we're excited about that. I also want to talk just a moment about Medicaid. Several people across the state have lost their Medicaid or their Healthy Montana Kids. And you hear me report this or Joe Dirgalo to council quite often, and some of you attend those meetings. I think my message to everyone is it's not too late to get covered. Tribal Health is in a strong position to help people get their Medicaid back. It is so important, and there's a big campaign going to come out from Tribal Health regarding Medicaid. We ask that you please reach out to the Tribal Health staff to see what you need to do to get back on Medicaid. If you've already submitted an application and it's somewhere in the waiting period, Tribal Health can look and see where the problems are and to try to help mitigate that with the state to move it forward. All applications should be turned around in 45 days. The state is well behind a 45-day limit, and that's part of the problem. So Tribal Health is in a great position to help move that forward, and all those people who got pushed off Medicaid, we want to get back on. Also handed out today was this flyer. Just want to make sure people know that Tribal Health and DHRD Elderly Services are planning an elders conference on April 24th at the resort. It's targeted for elders and elder caregivers. Topics will include preventing Medicaid abuse or medication abuse, elder fall prevention, combative behavior and dementia, elder abuse prevention, so really understanding what it is, how to report it and what to do, and then also recognizing elder financial abuse. Also on that day will be a drug take back day. So if there are unused drugs in your house, we'll ask people to come and dispose them in a safe way during that drug take back day. Also want you to know the Ronan Health Clinic, the fitness center and physical therapy is complete. So yay. And thank you, John and Lisa, for guiding that towards completion. It's a beautiful space. Tribal Health will be moving in next week, and then getting settled and making sure all their equipment's working appropriately. They will be having a week-long celebration and open house, probably within the next 30 days. Lastly, you've heard lots of conversations about Public Law 280, and certainly several of the departments that I work with are involved with that. Tribal Health Defenders, Law and Order, et cetera. Having some deep conversations with them about funding for the short term, for the long term, what it might look like, where might be funding and grants that we can begin to access, and just some planning to be prepared with the decisions around that the Tribal Council will make. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Go ahead, Greg. Bishop, pardon me. Pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rebecca's thinking about Sophia. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of council. It is an honor to serve as the Director of Financial Management for the organization and to serve you as council members and by extension to serve the membership at large, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that. It would be remiss if I didn't thank the teams that I lead in this opportunity. They've been very supportive in all of the things that your financial leadership is required, and it's my pleasure to lead those teams and to thank them for their support. It's my pleasure today to report that the financial position of the tribes remains strong.
The tribes maintain liquidity to remain nimble for emergencies and contingencies while also being fully invested in other areas to take advantage of the rising, stable, short-term interest rate environment that we find ourselves. This past week, we've crossed the halfway point of fiscal year 2024. Organizationally, we'll begin to evaluate and certify programs to make sure that they're on track to remain on budget and on plan as we enter the last half of the fiscal year. Organization-wide, we're having discussions about fiscal year 25. We're beginning to have conversations about providing the funding for PL 280 in whatever form it takes here on the reservation. We're looking to find resources and income streams to make that match what tribal council and ultimately the decision is made in that area. We've begun to advise department heads across the organization to evaluate their programs as we exit a period where COVID financing, where CARES Act, and where other financial allocations and distributions to the tribes have caused additional funds to be available. We're advising them to look at their programs to find out if the cessation of those programs as the money pulls back, to evaluate their programs and to return to an environment where some of that additional public money goes away so that they're avoiding any pitfalls or surprises. We continue to be focused at organization-wide on revenue and expenses to maximize revenue and to control expenses across the board. This past week, we completed the second per capita distribution for fiscal year 24. And believe it or not, the leadership and central accounting is already planning for the August distribution. We're seeking ways to improve the delivery of those funds in a direct deposit manner as we anticipate disruption or decisions being made in the U.S. Postal Service out of Missoula as they make changes to the potential delivery of mail. We're trying to work hard in anticipation of that to make sure that anybody that's receiving finance from the organization through the Postal Service, that is disruption is minimized. We continue to monitor the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding, as it's been delivered to the organization. In 2021, the tribal organization received $80 million in federal funding. There have been 3 distributions made to membership for a total of $48 million, and the balance of that funding requires that council obligate the balance of those funds by December 2024. As of today, all but roughly 300,000 of those funds remain unobligated, and it's my pledge to continue to come into council with ideas to make sure that that can be completed. At the outset, I know that you know that my commitment is to exhaust all of those funds from outside organizations and not send a dollar back. Looking forward, the Economic Development Office is anticipating receiving feedback from the USDA meat processing grant. Both Velda Shelby and Janet Camel have been working tirelessly to make sure that the requirements for that application are being met, and we are very optimistic about the success or the potential success of the tribes in receiving approval on that funding. If you have any questions, I know that you know how to reach me, and I look forward to answering those as they come up. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Greg. Anything to add, Jordan?
Yeah, I thought for mine, I think tribal council knows what I do, but I'm wondering if the membership might like to hear sort of that. And so I was wondering if it might be appropriate to address the membership.
Most definitely.
All right. Well, I got my mic ready, I think. Hello, can you guys hear me? Great. Well, it's good to see everybody. I sure appreciate coming to quarterlies and seeing everybody here, and really appreciate the breakfast. I was asking about the hot sauce, and they said it wasn't too hot, but I went ahead and spilled it all on my eggs anyway, so if I'm a little sweaty, I'm a little hot in here. Yeah, well, thanks. So anyway, my name's Jordan Thompson. I'm an Allard. Grew up in Spokane, but after I graduated from law school at University of Arizona, with an Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy certificate, started working for our legal department here in 2011. So really good to hear some of our awardees for their length of service. I'm coming up on 15 relatively quick, and it surprises me until I see all the gray hair I've been achieving here. So my job as a deputy executive officer And what that means is pretty much work in 4 different areas. The first area I work in is I serve as the number 2 for our tribal executive officer, Rick Enius. And so when he's gone, I handle his responsibilities and pretty much whatever else he assigns to me. And so I remember during one of our winter storms, it was kind of a cool thing. I got to dismiss the tribes early for work. And so, yeah, I do that and pretty much everything under that umbrella. As far as like the actual work assignments that are more consistent, number 1 is special projects. And so that includes a lot of different things. The probably most prominent thing that you have heard about is the Food Sovereignty Project. And so that started in 2020 when I was still in the legal department. We got the CARES Act funding. And so me and several others, Casey Ryan being one of those, banded together and tried to figure out how the future of CSKT's food sovereignty might look. And so we've been working since that time to really set up a program. And so now today we have the CSKT Food Sovereignty Pilot Program, and that does a number of things. And so that's a big part of my job is oversee that and work with Dana Hewenkorn and her crew. And I'm just really so impressed by what that crew has done. One thing that they do is the Elders Soup Program. And so if you're an elder or just meet some other criteria and you're a tribal member, make sure you get signed up for that program. We serve you 2 soups a week, and that soup is good. We use really high quality local ingredients. A lot of it comes from our own gardening network here. And we distribute that to either your home or someplace where you can pick that up twice a week. So that's one thing. Another thing we do is we do our local foods program. And so in the summer, that means we work on our garden and several other gardens in the area. And in the winter, we do hunting. And so Terry Ashley leads up that program. And he's just been having a great winter of really supporting our hunting efforts here on the reservation by taking deer and elk for the most part. And that hopefully is helping with some of those numbers. We've gotten a lot of attention recently by some ranchers that there's just too many elk and too many deer. And I don't know what constitutes too many, but we're sure working with Natural Resources Department to try to get those numbers in appropriate levels. Another thing that we do is the food distribution. And so we got a USDA grant to continue doing those. So we do about 3 or 4 of those distributions a year. Again, using high quality local ingredients for those food boxes that are open up to all the tribal membership. We also utilize tribal member beef to the best of our ability for those boxes. And so I always love those. Good food, high quality food, better than you can get at any grocery store around here that I'm aware of. So make sure you keep tabs on that. And we like to advertise that on the CSKT Tribal Council site. And then the 4th thing is just education. We try to do as much education as we can and community activities. So this Saturday, there's going to be a dry meat social down in Dixon. So hopefully you can all make that. I think that's going to be in the park area there. So food sovereignty is one special project. There's several others that I'm working on. One of them is a Bison Range Visitors Center. That's going to take some time, but that's really exciting project to think about for another entrance to the Bison Range. After we took that over, there was no money allocated, and so we have to figure out how to make that self-sustaining over the years. A few others, but I won't get too much into that because I wanted to talk about the middle portion of my job, and that's our state and federal lobbying efforts. And so every odd year, really hit the state legislature hard, and we have a lobbying team that supports that work. So I just think about that with others. Legal department's really helpful to think about a lot of those things with. And then the federal lobbying as well. In the non-legislative session years, which are the even years, there are just things that sprout up. One of those things you might have heard about is ballot initiative I-193. And so that's an initiative that would try to open up hunting on fee lands within our reservations and then have some pretty major repercussions and consequences off reservation as well. As we know, in 1990s, we entered into the Cooperative Bird Hunting and Fishing Agreement. That was a settlement to a lawsuit, and it's been working relatively well for the past 30 years. And this would be at risk if I-193 passes. It would be at risk of blowing that agreement up. And I'd say Pandora's box would get opened up, and it would be big problems. So we're currently trying to develop strategies to push back on that effort and just tell people who would potentially sign a ballot, and then hopefully it doesn't get to the ballot, but if it does, just show people what a terrible idea that actually is. It might sound good on its face, but there are so many consequences to that. It would just be wreck a lot of things that are good here for both tribal folks and non-Indians as well. And then the last thing I'm just starting to get into is more of our public affairs, and Shane Morjo is our public affairs officer. He does that part-time and then works in the legal department for the rest of his time. And then communications, and you guys might know that our communications director position is open. That's being advertised right now, and that's open for another week. So if you know somebody who's really adamant and passionate about communications, make sure you let them know that that's out there. So that's really what I do. I, again, help out with number 2 responsibilities, special projects, state and federal lobbying, and then our public affairs and communication stuff. So keeps me pretty busy, but I sure love working for my tribe, for our tribes, and for our homelands. And I just feel like it's a real privilege and a dream come true. So want to let you know what that is. My office is right up there. And so anytime anyone wants to come visit, I'm happy to. And Lem Lemch.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Patricia. That brings us to the open floor for the membership. So anybody that wants to come up and got a sign up sheet. Okay. Lucinda. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Slightly good morning, Hesquext. My name is Jacinda Morjo. I am the oldest daughter of Melissa Morjo and the late Dane Morjo. My yaya is Plesoa Vanderberg. I am from Arlee, and I just want to let you know that I am running for Senate District 46. And I declared on March 11th, the last day that you could file. So I've been in my campaign for less than 1 month. Because of redistricting, I'll give you a little bit of overview of the area, but it's part of Ronan, down Charlo, Dixon, part of Mission, Arlee, Evro, then down into Missoula, but only the Rattlesnake and East Missoula, and then back up 200 to the Sealy Swan. So it's a giant V is what I say. So it's a really big district, but half of it is the reservation. And this is the largest seat that it's got 15% Native voters, and it has no Native representation. I am in a contested primary with a non-Native man from Missoula. So I just want to let you know a couple things that I plan to fight for when, and hopefully I get to Helena. But definitely tribal sovereignty, public education. I'm a proud K-12 public school and public university graduate. I graduated from the University of Montana. Definitely property tax reform, access to reproductive care, housing attainability and affordability, and of course, Medicaid expansion. A couple of endorsements I already have. My cousin Shane Morzo has endorsed me. Former Superintendent of Public Instruction Denise Juneau, and former Tribal Chairwoman Shelley Fayant, and candidate for HD 91. So Shelley's district HD 91 is SD 46 is made up of 2 House districts. So Shelley and my districts would overlap. I enjoy also some endorsements out of Missoula, including MCPS Board Chairwoman Valina Oldperson and member Grace Decker, and also Missoula City Council members Kristen Jordan and Mike Nugent. I'm here today. Thank you, James, for handing out my cards and my remit envelopes. He said they can't say no to him, or you all can't say no to him, so that's why he put those up there for me. I appreciate that. So I'm here today to ask for your endorsement and your support. Having the endorsement of tribal council or individual tribal members it would mean the most to me. I think that would show the voters of this district and the voters of Missoula that it should be a Native person in this Senate seat. I think that's all I've got. If you have any questions or comments. And then I also have cards for everybody here if you'd like to. I'd love to pass those out to the membership.
Thank you, Jacinda. Questions? Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for stepping up and running, because that's one of the key things is having candidates run so we have a choice. We have someone that reflects our community, that can stand up for us in Helena and fight the good fight and let our voices be heard. So my compliments to you, and you have my personal support. So thank you so much. Lem Lepsh.
Go ahead, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, and Ms. Marjo, thank you for running for this office. Although Elmo is not in your district, we're still going to support you. Yes, and it's just so good to see one of our members step up and representing us in Helena. You don't know what that really means to us, especially coming up with the huge issue of Medicaid expansion. We need somebody like you in that office, and I personally endorse you. So thank you for your courage, and we'll be really watching closely.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yes, so Jacinda, it takes a lot of courage to run for office. You have to have a really thick skin and a brave heart. And I'm really glad that you're doing it. And you sound like a remarkable young woman, a college degree. That's wonderful. And I think not only our community would benefit from having you, but the entire state of Montana would benefit from having you there. So I wish you the best of luck. And I don't live in your district. I live in Polson, but I personally very strongly support you in everything that you do. Good luck.
Thank you, Jacinda. Ruth Swaney.
Wext, Kisuk Whitnam. The Yapinias Lamtabum, what Kahut emotion. Okay, Kalix Olix. Okay, and what Quilton. Okay, send Skadley. Book will catch open. I'm thankful to be here today. Thankful for always our ancestors. Thankful for how Sam spoke of that. And I was translating to my grandkids, because that's part of the role we do as parents and grandparents, is to teach and to never miss those opportunities. And always be thankful for this land that we belong to, not the other way around. The land doesn't belong to us, we belong to it. It's where we came from. This is for both Salish and Ksanka. It's what the words for ourselves mean, literally. And we should never, ever forget that. And that's another teaching I'm thankful I was brought up with as long as I could remember. To have respect for that land and everything that's on that. To cherish and value it. And be always really careful about whatever we do to that is going to go on for a long, long, long time. And the older I get, the better I understand that. So thankful for all that I've been taught in that way. Want to just make some comments, and if there's any questions you might have to clarify anything I say, please feel free to save those for me. I fully support 100,000, 50, 100, whatever %. I'm the numbers person. I just made that number up. I know. The Lake County is retroceding their felony jurisdiction. Public Law 280 was another one of those imposed federal policies, was hand in glove with termination. And remember, our tribe was on the very short list to be terminated 70 years ago. So in 1953, it's no coincidence that that's when Public Law 280 was passed. It's also the same year that Congress began the move on terminating Indian tribes, and many tribes were terminated. It was kind of the balance act between giving it up totally to the tribe, which was, I guess, unthinkable on a reservation such as ours. How could we be entrusted to carry out legal jurisdiction? So the state, in this case, had the option, and with our agreement, could assume that in our behalf. It was just 30 years ago our tribe moved to have the misdemeanor part retroceded. Guess who fought against that? Don't ever forget this. The same county that is now washing their hands of the felony criminal jurisdiction. That same county. And they were being led around by their person, the former Senator Conrad Burns. And I sat in and heard the local folks talk about our Indian people and the things that they said. You don't forget. You don't forget that. You don't forget that we're continually in this state of conflict with those that came here, not of our invitation. They were allowed to come here. So I think we've come full circle. Our tribe should have full jurisdiction over any person within the boundaries for everything. When I go to Missoula, I'm under their jurisdiction. I don't question that. I don't protest that I couldn't vote for the county officials. I chose to go there. I'm subject to their jurisdiction. When I go to Canada, I'm subject to their jurisdiction. My choice, if I don't like or trust it, then I don't go there. So I'm fully in support of that. I've spoke with you about that in the realm of the work that I do for the tribe. It's not going to be an easy thing. It's going to require sacrifice. But most of all, it's going to require a mind change, because if we simply recreate and rebuild what the county has done, it will fail. It will not do what we intended it to do. And we need a comprehensive system that's not just about arresting and jailing and punishing. And that's not our traditional way anyway. We had ways of dealing with it that are actually more extreme than that. And I do want to propose code changes that go back to that. People who persistently offend and break our laws should not be here. In the old days, they would have been sent away or worse. And we need to return to that. No person of whatever their tribal status is should be allowed to remain here when they do not try to rehabilitate and be on the correct path. And I say that with family members in those situations, and they correctly are remaining away from here while they continue to rehabilitate. And there's ample proof that it can be done. There are people in this room, once they accessed services, turned their life around, could return and be the tribal people our tribe needs. I feel like some of the mindset in our current agencies does need to change to that. And I ask that the leadership promote that change. It's not about more cops. It's not about a bigger jail. I will talk hard and fast against that. I want to see them come forward with diversion, rehabilitation, a more humane and correct approach, one that's actually proven to work. I then read recently that you're going to form an enrollment committee. And you know, I came before you 3 months ago proposing that we return to that policy of other tribal blood included for blood quantum. I remain on that stance, not going to change from that. But I'd like the council to consider taking a couple of actions on your own authority before we traverse down a path of possible changing of enrollment criteria. The first one is back after 1953, the tribe stopped counting other Indian blood. So we now have families who are split by that. You have the older family members have a higher blood quantum because maybe their one parent was another tribe. The younger family members are only enrolled with the Salish and Kootenai and Pend Oreille blood. So that's not fair or right. It ought to be corrected. Those younger siblings, if they have the same parents, just raise their blood quantum the same as their older siblings. They're already enrolled, most of them. That should be done. You should take action to do that. And the other one is the other split families. They're split by blood quantum. Parents started having children before 1960. They're less than 1/4 blood quantum. And then they had children after 1960, so the younger children are not enrolled because of blood quantum, and that's not right. And it should be corrected. Those children should be grandfathered, given the enrollment rights of their elder siblings. There's also a third one on the residency. I don't know how many people it might apply to anymore, because maybe most of those people are older or even gone. That whole residency one should be done away with. No person, if they either possessed blood quantum or were the child of a member, should have been denied blood enrollment because of that residency. That was one that was another imposed response to imposed federal policy. My dad worked in the Bureau, sending people off the reservation. People were told to leave. They were suggested that there was better opportunities. And many of them, when they went to serve in the military, found it was just easier to remain away. They didn't come back. So those are the things that I've thought about in this transition to proposed eventual enrollment change. Let's see, housing, could go on for days about that. So I heard on the news last night, Missoula had studies done that their aquifer was extremely ample, and they were only drawing down about 10, 12% of what was available. Boy, did that send me into I didn't like hearing that at all. Anything going on north or south of us inevitably affects us. Both areas, north and south of us, are high growth. We're in this corridor of the highest growth rate of this state. The east side loses population, this side gains it, and here we sit surrounded by it, and our property values are ridiculous. The average home price on the reservation now over $300,000, and I'm not talking a nice fancy house, just talking about a structure. I have family that live off the reservation. If they were to return here to work, they wouldn't make enough to even buy a home. Barely could afford the rent that's being charged. $1,500, $1,800, $2,500 a month for houses, just like the one I'm living in. And it's a sad, extremely serious situation. We've become a resort, not of our doing. So then the second part of the news said, and CSKT gets awarded for tourism dollars. I'm going, no. I want to speak carefully about that one. I realize people maybe make $1 or $2 on tourism, but I personally don't like it, never have. My grandparents had lake access on the East Shore, and I remember going out there and we're swimming in Skidoo Bay. We're the only ones there. Nobody on either side of us. And I haven't been back in 40 years. Don't think I want to, because the area is built up, houses everywhere, especially around our best areas, the lakes, the mountains, the base of the mountains. All of these rural areas that we used to be able to go to where there was nothing. Now there's even stuff at Camas Prairie. There's this multi-million-dollar development going on out there. Like, why? Why does this happen to us? And it's heartbreaking to me, but most of all because it's hurting people of our tribe that are already vulnerable. They're already low income. Now it's even harder. It's just something I don't know the answer to. But I also want to add now another comment in the negative. I was very disappointed that credit raised their mortgage rates. That seemed to me like that's going against everything and along with everything I just said. Now it's more expensive to buy a house when you can afford to buy a house. And I wish that that had not come to pass. Credit is not a bank. It's not a savings and loan. It's supposed to be a tribal program to help people who ordinarily could not get a loan in the regular market. It's not for me, although when I got my mortgage, it was the best rate I could get. Everything else was more. I'd be paying $100 more a month if I'd had to go on the outside. I support our people having access to the resources. Our people first, sometimes our people only. And I say this, having non-enrolled members of my family, I fully understand what I'm talking about. If they don't get access because they're not enrolled, well, that's the way it is. It's the way it's gonna have to be. Because I want something for my granddaughter who is enrolled. She should be able to enjoy everything I've gotten to have in my life. To be able to go on that river, to be able to go into the South Fork, to be able to go on the lake, the same as I got to go to the same places, undisturbed, unharmed. There's plans that might come about to say, well, if we invest here and draw people in and get money, that's good, but I don't agree with that. We could never generate enough to justify it. I told you about, just for one, the bison range, we'd have to triple the prices in order to just sustain it. And people are gonna do that? Blue Bay, should we just close it off to members only? Yeah, that'd be a start. McDonald Lake should be members only. Twin, Jocko, all of that. So just start with the buffer zone and then we go to more and more areas. Our people should have that right. Political, oh boy, the one I love and hate. I'm thankful for people like Jacinda who step up and want to be part of that. I could not imagine a more difficult job than trying to serve in the Montana legislature, given how its makeup is today. But it is so desperately needed also at the state and national levels. Biden needs our support, just as Mr. Steele said, needs our support. Find 4 or 5 of your family that aren't registered, get them signed up, remind them to vote, because even though we're in a red county and a red state, that Indian vote should come out, and it does. It's been mapped. It's conclusively blue on and near the reservations, red in the rest of the state. At least our voice is heard. Because even when our candidate doesn't win, they know we show up and we're paying attention, and they have to listen. So that's my little spiel on that. I hope to see some efforts really soon about getting out the vote. I used to do that. I remember Carol used to do that. It's like we passed the torch along. I just can't say enough for how much we need to do on that. And I thank you for doing that. The last thing is the support for our language programs. As I get to see a lot of, what this tribe has done in the past and what it currently does, this, I will say to you, is one of the best things you do. It is, I've seen with my own eyes the evidence of how good it is and how important it is. Myself, I never got to go to like a language school. I never got to, have a job where that was my job. And I used to yearn for that. The little bit of language I could speak this morning is from just learning it casually, I call it, you know, and it took 50 years. And so there's the possibility. This is why when we take children, like at Inclusum, they can learn the language and they can speak even better than I can. And in a short while, people can learn enough to teach others. And this is, again, goes back to who we are and how we connect back to our land. When I see them sharing on their social media where the children go and what they do, it just, it's amazing. And someone had reminded me, and this is something I learned at one of our camps. Telchin, not me, us. Chapkakwekwe, Penawelshton, Westkwekwe, Lukahuchamushan. When we speak our language, our ancestors speak. And someone had shared that on their social media, and I'm going, that's what we were talking about 30 years ago. It's, as I said, one of the most critical, beneficial, great things this tribe does. And all of you as council, both current and all in the past, should rightfully, you know, take the credit for that, because you could have just as easily said no, but you didn't. And I just want to personally thank you and tell you how great that is. And that's the end of my thing. Lemlumch.
Ruth. Sonny. Yep, Sonny.
Hello, thank you. And when I was here yesterday, and what I was trying to explain to you, what I gave to legal was this book here. This is the third book in my son Travis Lozo Sr.'s Montana Supreme Court case. And it's one question that I asked, and it had to do with the George Mitchell case, which is case number 637, the state of Montana versus George Edward Mitchell. The statutes are the Act of the Montana State Legislature of February 27th, 1963, Laws of Montana, 1963, Volume 1, Chapter 81, pages 170, 171, 172. 2, the CSKT Tribal Ordinance 40-A revised, May 5th, 1965. The proclamation of the governor dated October 8th, 1965. And in this case, George's attorney filed a objection to the jurisdiction of the court. Comes now the above named defendant, and by and through his undersigned counsel, objects to the jurisdiction of this court to hear, try, or determine the issues involved in this case, upon the ground and for the reason that the said court is without jurisdiction to try this defendant. He, the said defendant, being a member of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes of the Flathead Reservation and a ward of the federal government, dated this 3rd day of November, 1965, F.N. Hammond, Folsom, Montana, attorney for the defendant. He was known as Pinky. And this is the letter that came from the State of Montana Office of the Governor, dated November 8th, 1965, and it's by a James B. Patton, Administrative Assistant. And this was filed into Lake County on November 10th, 1965. Dear Mr. Hammond, your letter of November 2nd, addressed to the Governor Babcock, has been received. As you know, the governor is presently in Vietnam on a State Department-sponsored tour of that country and of Japan, and will not return to the state until approximately the 15th of this month. In his absence, I am taking the liberty of answering your letter. You are correct in your interpretation of Chapter 81, Laws of Montana, Laws of 1963, with reference to the assumption of jurisdiction by the state over crimes committed on Indian reservations following certain procedural steps. On May 5th of this year, the Tribal Council passed its Tribal Ordinance 40-A. It should say 40-A revised because 40-A was done in May 19th of 64. Subsequent to that date, the approval of the counties was obtained. And on October 8th, a proclamation was issued by the governor, which provides that the criminal jurisdiction of the state shall be in full force and effect 60 days from the date thereof. I would compute the date of effectiveness to be December 7th, 1965. It would seem to me that a crime committed on October 20th would remain under the jurisdiction of the tribal courts, as would any other crime committed on the reservation prior to December 7th, 1965. The judgment for George Edward Mitchell was on the 22nd day of November, 1965. In Lake County District Court, the 4th Judicial District Court of the state of Montana, in and for the county of Lake. It is the judgment of this court that George Edward Mitchell be and is hereby sentenced to the term of 1 year in the Montana State Prison at Deer Lodge, Montana, and the Sheriff of Lake County, Montana, is hereby directed to transport the defendant to the Montana State Prison forthwith this 22nd day of November. My question was for legal, and I'm wanting a name from legal, as Carol had stated yesterday that she said that they would tell them no about what I'm talking about, but they wouldn't explain. And that's what I wanted a written request for, was an answer. Is George Mitchell under tribal jurisdiction in October and November? When he was charged for an October 20th, 1965 crime, a felony, a burglary in Polson. And as this letter from that James Patton had said, it would seem to me, or he said, I would compute the date of effectiveness to be December 7th, 1965. It would seem to me that a crime committed on October 20th would remain under the jurisdiction of the tribal courts, as would any other crime committed on the reservation prior to December 7th, 1965. And my question to you and them, is George Mitchell under tribal jurisdiction? And if he is under tribal jurisdiction, the state has no jurisdiction over him. They have no authority to try him. They have no authority to send him to the Montana State Prison. And it's from this date forward. From this date forward, you're not going back. From this date forward, this is the law. And I gave you the law yesterday and under section 3 of that law. First infraction of this law, and this is the act of February 27th, 1963. This is where your PL 280 comes from. Section 2 is whenever the governor of the state shall receive from the tribal council or other governing body of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Indian tribes, community, band, or group of Indians in the state, a resolution expressing the desire of its people and lands to be subject to the criminal and or civil jurisdiction of the state of Montana to the extent authorized by federal law and regulation. He shall issue within 60 days a proclamation. May 5th to October 8th is 157 days. This is the law. You can't say, well, okay, we'll excuse you for this. No, this is the letter of the law. That's a violation. They did not comply with the law. Section 3, and I'll go to this here last part about the provided in section 2 as I did yesterday. Provided further that he shall not issue such proclamation until there has been first obtained the consent of the Board of County Commissioners of each county which encompasses any portion of the reservation of such said tribe or tribes. Section 3, 60 days from the date of the issuance of the proclamation of the governor as provided for by Section 2 of this act, the state of Montana shall assume jurisdiction over offenses committed by and against Indians in the lands prescribed in the proclamation to the same extent that this has jurisdiction over offenses committed elsewhere within the state, and the criminal and or civil laws of this state shall have the same force and effect within such lands as they have elsewhere within the state. That is what Lake County did in violation of the law, the state law, and in violation of Tribal Ordinance 40-A and 40-A revised, subsection 2E. So my question was, if George Mitchell is under tribal jurisdiction and the state of Montana and Lake County illegally, by law, convicted a tribal member here, Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribal member, as George's lawyer stated. That is a violation of our ordinance under subsection 2E. And in November of 1965, the tribe did in early November, Laura Matt made the motion to rescind 40-A revised. And that was because the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, John Crow, had written a letter to the tribes that they were going to, as they were under this here concurrent jurisdiction deal, he was going to charge and prosecute tribal members who were gambling. And in those minutes, they mentioned Kettle Lee, and I think by Catherine, her name, but she used to host stick games down on Dirty Corner. And so with that, they were rescinding 40-A revised in 1965. And in 1965, just kind of bear with me for a second here. trying to move on here, but I do have a copy of that. I just kind of like had to rush to get here because of other things. But and that would have been a violation under Section 5 of the Act of February 27th, 1963, the State Legislative Act. It says nothing in this act shall deprive the Indian tribe, band, or community from carrying on its age-old tribal dances, feasting, and customary Indian celebrations, or in any way try to destroy their Indian culture. These stick games and gambling that the Indians did, that is part of their culture. So that is why I believe that they were rescinding 40-A revised in November of 65. So it's not like this hasn't been done before. And this Gene Turnage, and you'll see, and if you can get all the minutes for November of 65, as I did, but in the end there, I think it was on the 28th of November, Gene Turnage, along with Richard Hines, who was the district attorney for Polson, much like Lapatka is now, they came before the council and they said that they would not prosecute them for doing that. So please don't rescind 40-A revised. And those are in the minutes. And as I stated yesterday, in the McDonald case, in the Satch McDonald case that was in Missoula, went to the Supreme Court, and they exhibited these here proclamations without the seal. There's one for 65. There's one for 67. You can't have one for 64 because he did not affix the seal to it. And as stated before, you can't go back and date it because at the end of that year, that stamp is no longer available. You get your new stamp. It's like notaries, how they used to do when they'd smash the paper. But in there, 64, and that's important because in the McDonald case, they start doing a lot of interpretation of tribal law because Satch McDonald brought up Tribal Resolution 2318, and I have the minutes for those too. And in those minutes, they had passed a resolution to withdraw from 40-A revised from the concurrent jurisdiction on October 7th if the governor did not effectively extend the time of withdrawal for 1 year. Because in 1968, on January 1st, 1968, the Montana state was going to enact some laws that the tribe had not been able to view and come to a decision on whether they wanted to be under those laws or not. So on October 8th, a day late, and these things are important because if you're a day late, you're a dollar short, whatever, that the resolution 2318 would go into effect where we were withdrawing. And the superintendent at that time had said that he wasn't given his approval, but he was noting it. It's noted. That's not an approval. He said in the event that the tribe does go through with tribal resolution 2318, that he would recommend approval for their withdrawal. And that was because he believed that it was our right to self-governance over our people. You know, if I had it right with me, I could read it to you word for word, but I'm going by memory right now. And so, in the Supreme Court of Satch McDonald, the court had ruled that the governor did not contain the authority to extend the time of withdrawal from 2 years to 3 years, 1 more year. And that's what he did with the 1967 proclamation. So in the resolution and in the minutes, it says if the governor cannot effectively withdraw or extend the time of withdrawal, then they were moving forward with withdrawing. And that was done in September of 1967. And these are in the minutes back here. And they were saying because, and that's why I say the 64 is important because in that ruling, they were saying, well, 2318, that doesn't go because they never followed through with it. Well, they were under the impression that they had the year and they were given the year. The proclamation was signed. But as I stated before, Frank Murray did not affix the seal to the 64 proclamation. And that is why in the McDonald case, in their exhibits, all three proclamations do not contain the seal affixed to it, but his attestment has a seal affixed to it. I have a copy right here in this book that was in the Montana Supreme Court with a copy of the seal affixed to it. I have a 67 seal that's affixed to the proclamation of 67. So they were committing fraud to continually prosecute a tribal member in Missoula County. And these are important because when I went to the Montana State Law Library, which is underneath the Supreme Court, the Montana Supreme Court, it's right directly below it. And when I had a copy, I had made a copy out of the McDonald case of the June 30th, 1964 proclamation. And I said, I'm looking for this document with the seal affixed to it. So they went and looked. 5 or 10 minutes later, they came back. And they said, come back here. So I went back there. And they said, the document you're looking for should be right here. We have no explanation why it is not there. And they directed me to go to the Montana Historical Society. And I did. And I gave Jody Foley a copy of the June 30th, 1964 proclamation. And I told her I was looking for one with the seal affixed to it. This document with the state seal affixed to it. And it was getting late in the afternoon, so I told her, I gave her my address and my phone number. And she called me a while later. And then she said she could not locate one. And I said, well, can you write me a letter to that effect? And she said, yes. And I provided that letter to the tribe too. And it stated that they looked in the state law library, Babcock's governor records, and other places. They could not locate it. So anything that happened in 64 was a violation. They did not comply with the law. And there's a letter in 1965, in July of 65, where the council had sent a letter to the governor's office because they stated, Tribal Ordinance 40-A revised has been in effect for over 90 days and in full force. And I question that because I've requested an actual copy from the Secretary of the Interior's office and such, as if has the 40-A revised, went to the superintendent, and then went to the Secretary of the Interior. And have they received it? If they have, can I have a copy of it? And there's none. There's no record. So, and again, that's what I say, like in the Constitution, it says that after 90 days, they will presume that it's been approved. But there's no record of it ever getting there. Did it ever even leave here? Because when I looked in the archives, and the archives had stated when I was looking for the election results of 73, they didn't have nothing in there from the mid-60s until the early 80s, and all they had was timber sales receipts. There was nothing to do with Public Law 280, nothing to do with the secretarial election held on November 17th, 1973, where that failed because they allowed off reservation Indians to vote because there was a letter, and I provided that before. It's in my orange book here too, that the issue of going from 21 to 18 was not the main concern of the membership here. The main concern was allowing the off-reservation Indians to vote. And they never did get an answer, so they allowed them to vote. And when you tally the for and against, as like in all the other amendments, and as I stated before, the real Constitution that has the documentation of how many voted against it, and like Jerome Hiwanakorn signed these, Walter McDonald signed these. And then when you look into, as I said, as what you get from out here right now, the as amended, and you look in there, they'll have for amendments 5 and 6, question marks. There's no documentation of how many people voted for it, like in the amendments in here. And that's why I call this the real Constitution, because it shows and it tells you, and it has the approval. And there was one amendment, number 7, which has a date. It has a date. 5 and 6 do not have dates, they have question marks, because nobody has ever done it. And the certification of the adoption of this one just says that pursuant to an order approved January 20th, 1960 by the Assistant Secretary of the Interior, the attached amendment to the Constitution of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes of the Flathead Reservation was submitted for ratification to the qualified voters of the Salish and Kootenai Indian tribes, and was on April 1st, 1960, duly ratified by a vote of 762 for and 187 against, in an election in which at least 30% of those entitled to vote cast their ballots in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of June 18th, 1934, 48 Stat 984, as amended by the Act of June 15th, 1935, 49 Stat 378. Signed, Jerome Hiwanakorn, Vice Chairman, Tribal Council, Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribe. Signed, E.W. Morzo, Acting Secretary of the Tribal Council of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes. Signed by Charles S. Spencer, Superintendent of the Flathead Agency. And that would be amendment number 2, but it has to do with enrollment and the quarter blood. And now, as I stated yesterday, in our ordinance 40-A revised under subsection 2E states, if any provision of the Act of the Montana Legislature of February 27th, 1963, Laws of Montana, 1963, Volume 1, Chapter 81, or of this ordinance shall be held invalid, or if this ordinance be held to extend a jurisdiction more extensive than set forth herein, or if any condition herein not be complied with, or be held invalid or ineffective, then this entire ordinance shall be held to be void and of no effect from the beginning. And that's what I asked you, is to uphold the ordinance as it's written. They did not comply, the state did not comply with their own act of the Montana State Legislature, which is tied to Tribal Ordinance 40-A and 40-A revised. You can't pick and choose, because you have to look about that in the Code of Conduct under Article 4 Unity, I believe it is, under sections 1 and 2, that you cannot pick and choose the laws you agree with. Look it up. It's in the code of conduct. I didn't make it up. I didn't pass it. But you cannot pick and choose the laws you wish to, that you agree with. And this is the ordinance as it was approved by the tribal council. You are the same tribal council because that's what perpetual succession is. Perpetual succession means anything done yesterday as if it was done today. So when Tribal Ordinance 40-A revised was done on May 5th, 1965, that is today. Because if you didn't have the perpetual succession, every resolution and ordinance that you passed, you would have to start the very next meeting and start re-approving everything, all of them, to continually go. And that is why perpetual succession means, and that's what Evelyn Stevenson explained to me. She says that anything done yesterday is as if it was done today. I learned a lot from that woman. So all I was asking, the question from legal in this book, and I asked it to be returned, was, as the letter from the governor's office stated, George Mitchell was under tribal jurisdiction. He was unlawfully convicted, sent to the state prison. That dissolves the ordinance as it is written. So I shouldn't have to sit here and debate with you about your job to uphold the ordinances and the resolutions that you, in the bylaws, swore your oath to uphold. The United States Constitution first, and then this Constitution and bylaws. And the law library page. That is legal. That's what I wanted a written answer to. A written answer. Because when we talked to Decker and the other guy you had me talk to, I did talk to him, and they were talking about the minutes when I was bringing up the minutes and stuff. And they said, well, that's just basically like bar talk. They're not important. And I said, well, if they weren't important, then why did they keep them?
Sonny? I want to thank you, and we'll get you a written response.
Well, I have comments on some things that Ruth had too. And about the mortgages. Again, in our Constitution under Article 8, Section 2, before its amendment, tribal lands, unallotted lands of the Flathead Reservation, and all lands which may hereafter be acquired by the Flathead Confederated Tribes or by the United States in trust for the Flathead Confederated Tribes shall be held as tribal lands, and no part of land shall be mortgaged or sold. That is in the corporate charter too, under Section 5. You cannot mortgage or sell any tribally owned land. And that was the issue I had with the Eagle Bank mortgage. That I said I would be, all the paperwork is supposed to go into the tribal court. And as the person from the HUD had told me that somebody would be coming down from the Department of Justice in Helena to post the house as foreclosed and serve me an eviction notice. And you brought Vern Claremont in, and he said that the land and the house were not connected. And I provided you a copy with the final closing on that. Because what they did when I was applying for a HUD 184 loan, well, the banker had changed it to a 2-year conventional uninsured mortgage with a balloon payment, which I didn't understand at the time. And he said, we need to do this right now. And I had a 50-year in February of 2004. I did a 50-year lease. And in 2008, in July 2008, James Steele Jr. was chairman, and he signed the documentation. Julian Corville, Chuck Corville, was the superintendent. They signed it, and they have no authority to mortgage any tribally owned land. And I argued that point here with Vern in here. I said, if they're not connected, why do I have this closing document that says leasehold mortgage, mortgage leasehold mortgage, and it has a description of the lot that I'm out on, Peachy. I said, if they're not connected, then why am I getting an eviction notice from them? And nobody's ever showed up. I said, because if they are not connected, like you said, I said, then the house, they could post it as foreclosed, lift it off the foundation, and go auction it off in the front yard of the Lake County Courthouse where you auction off foreclosed houses. And I should be sitting there if the land and the building are not connected. I should still have my home site lease, which they told me, Lands told me, that the home site lease is not a lease until the house is paid off. So I said, so I should be sitting there with a lease, with a foundation, water, and electricity, if they're not connected. And when the banker changed the loan to that 2-year conventional uninsured mortgage, and I went back and I asked Eagle Bank if I could get one of those, and they said they don't do them. And I asked, well, what is this? And I showed them the documents. They didn't want to talk no more. So that's what happened there, and I'm still there. And I have no lease because when he did that first mortgage in 2008, in October, in November, that lease was canceled. And as I made lease payments every year, and on that one of the last ones I made, and I put another lease payment made on a canceled lease, and I provided them the lease cancellation. In 2010, when that balloon payment came up, and the banker called me in and asked me, do you have $54,000? And I said, no. And he goes, well, then I'm gonna have to foreclose on you. That's what this balloon payment means. But he didn't explain that, because what he did at the beginning in 2010, when he wanted to do this deal, the first thing he showed me was a $28,000 check with my name on it. And he said, you sign these papers here. He says, that's yours. You can take it over there, endorse it, and walk out the front door with the money. So when I was here in the council with Vern and them, and I brought my documents with me that I had signed, and I said, there's places on here for a notary. I said, there wasn't a notary sitting there with us. And I asked for his records, and then he says, well, we don't have to keep those records. And I thought, well, pawn shops and everybody else have to keep records. The Lake County keeps records, just like the George Mitchell case on microfilm. But I said, where is your copies of this? So in 2010, he goes, well, now we can do this here. HUD 184 loan. And I said, well, I thought that's what this first one was. And he goes, no, it wasn't. So what he did when he did the first loan was got the lease canceled. And when we did the HUD 184 loan in December of 2010, they took that canceled home site lease and transferred it to itself from Eagle Bank. From the first loan to the HUD 184 loan, they transferred the canceled home site lease. And then in February of 2011, they had already sold the loan to Bank 2. Again, when they sold the loan to Bank 2, they transferred a canceled home site lease to Bank 2. And then Bank 2 eventually sold it to Chickasaw. And I've been getting some help out of Missoula with these different housing things. And so the woman that was helping me said, can I do a credit report on you? And I said, sure. So we did that. And when I was, like I said, when I was in here in April of 2018, and that was the last time I had ever got a mortgage statement from Bank 2. And it was just under $9,000 behind because I hadn't paid since August of 2015, because as I stated, the beginning of September is when they falsified my federal background investigation from 2012 that said I was not suited to be working with children or elders. And that was like from 2012 till just 2015, they finally decided that that was what it was, and it was politically motivated, I believe, because at that time I had a petition against the purchase of the dam, as I thought we should be continuing to lease it and do a little more exploration on the turbines and stuff that were in there, because that was very like primitive old stuff and could be at any time starting to deteriorate and break down. And just by guessing and looking at a few things, I was guessing to replace one of those would be in excess of $200 million. And if the lease was going, it would still be going. But so that's where I'm at now, is I don't have a lease out where I'm at. I was told I was a trespasser and stuff. I said, well, then serve the papers on me and then I can move out. I said, because then I've been evicted off a canceled home site lease. I said, other people have said, well, why don't you just get up and leave? I said, I can't. I said, I'm a prisoner to this house because if I get up and move to somewhere else, then they will say I abandoned the property and everything that's been done illegally goes away. And like I said, we have no authority to be mortgaging or selling any tribally owned land. And now the other part that I wanted to talk about was I heard something the other day when I was at the Elmo district meeting, and there was a woman at the end. She had mentioned that she was a full-blood and some of her descendants were not enrolled. And then Leonard had told her that they were trying to do something by December. Now, I don't know exactly what they were doing. I heard people that was at your meeting the Friday before that an ordinance of some sort was trying to be done. I'm not sure, I don't know. But again, these issues have been taken because and this is out of the Indian country today, Flathead vote on blood quantum rule by Ron Selden. Pablo, Montana, the tribal voters on the Flathead Indian Reservation will head to the polls on January 18th to decide whether to abolish blood quantum requirements or allow all descendants to become members of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. And then I'm going to Tony Incashola's comment. He says, when we all speak alike, When we all look alike, that will be the end, says Tony Incashola, director of the Salish Pend Oreille Culture Committee. It is not the color that's so important to the traditional people. It is the value system. It's not necessarily looking Indian, but acting Indian. The debate now is not based on the values of who we are culturally, but on material values, such as per capita payments, schooling, and housing assistance, employment preference, and the like. Mike Dawson, an attorney and instructor of the Salish Kootenai College, is a staunch proponent of the proposed amendment. Like many others, Dawson is an enrolled member, but his children aren't because of the blood quantum rules. I've always believed that the children have a birthright, Dawson says. Under the original tribal constitution, the offspring were automatic members. That's more appropriate to maintaining a people. We are descendants. And if it is a birthright, then we've stolen that from a lot of people for a lot of years. Fears that people have about destroying our tribe, I think, are misplaced. And then it goes down to talking about the Deward Walker report, and then Mr. Incashola speaks again. He says, and this is just before he speaks, as of the mid-2002, the Salish and Kootenai rolls included only 90 full-bloods, about 1,800 members who fell between 1/4 blood and just less than full blood, about 3,100 members who were registered between 1/4 and 1/2 blood, and about 19 members who were 1/4 blood and less. Some of our values have been broken over the years, and that is why we were diluted and diluted. And it's diluted D-E-L-U-D-E-D and diluted D-I-L-U-T-E-D. Both meaning the same thing, but they have, says Incashola, the culture committee director. It's not a birthright. The tribe does not owe anybody anything, but I owe everything to the tribe to be a member. To me, color is not the main ingredient here. It's your language and your culture. And I'm afraid many of these people who want to become members don't think those things are important. And Regina Perot said, but Perot and Dalton and others say there's not enough evidence to say that descendants, if they are allowed to join, won't live their lives in a traditional way. I don't think it's going to be lost, Perot says. Many descendants want to be a part of the tribe because of the uniqueness, which is what culture is about. They're proud. Tribal people should stick together, and we don't believe our children should be denied membership. We want this decided by the people. It was decided by the people. When you look at the amendment for enrollment, and it shows, and that's what I just read you, was that figure there was like 700 and something to 100 and something. And in the enrollment issue that was voted on there, it was more than 4-1. And we'll be getting to that here, but under the secretarial election rules, at least 30% of the more than 3,000 eligible tribal voters must cast ballots for the results to be valid. On December 24th, U.S. District Judge Donald Malloy denied a request from traditionalists to halt the election on grounds that the qualifying petition was fatally flawed and the BIA failed to provide proper oversight. A pending appeal could still stop the balloting in its tracks. And then I have the after, because that's the before. And then Flathead Reservation keeps blood quantum. And again, this was after being fully advised by the Deward report of the blood quantum going to run out. fully advised. And I believe that these people that brought forward the quarter requirement in 1960 were looking for the quality over quantity. They wanted to retain as much of the originality of the uniqueness of Indian people. And they could see where it was going with people. Like you're saying, your children are not being enrolled. My grandchildren, I have 3 of them that are not enrolled. They are 13/64ths, 3/64ths shy of a quarter. And I've explained to them that the days of the tribe are gone with the Indian Reorganization Act. It's a business. It's about jobs, land, and such. I said, and I'm proud of you. I love all of you. The same as your enrolled cousins. And those enrolled don't speak the language as much as my unenrolled grandchildren. I explained to them, you do not need to be a member of this corporate tribe to exercise your cultural values. They don't have to speak the language, but on their own, they're learning it. I've told them, you can build your own sweat house. You can do anything that I, as an enrolled member, can do and exercise your cultural rights that you are descended from. And I will not compromise what the Indians done with the amendment requiring a quarter, because I believe, and I truly believe, that they were trying to retain as much as our race as they could, because we are a race. And those that wanted to get on with this, I believe, are just in it for like the benefits, like they said. But anyway, that's what I told my unenrolled grandchildren. I told them, you're not first generation descendants. You are unenrollable by the standards of the corporate business, of the corporate charter. I said, that is how you're unenrollable. I said, had we retained and not accepted the Indian Reorganization Act, then perhaps by what you did with the tribe and for the tribe and not for yourselves, you would be accepted into the tribe. And that's what I've told him. It's not what you're trying to do for yourself. I said, it's what can you do for the people. I says, even though you're unenrollable right now, I said, you're learning the language on your own, and your willingness to learn your culture on your own, I said, is worth more than being enrolled, because you're doing this out of your own willingness and want to understand your culture, what you were descended from. You don't have to be a member to do that. The tribal voters on the Flathead Reservation resoundingly defeated a highly controversial measure on January 18th that would have scrapped blood quantum and open Salish and Kootenai enrollment to all descendants. Final tally showed the proposed constitutional amendment was defeated by more than a 4-1 margin, with 2,032 voting against the measure and only 450 voting in support. Voter turnout was pegged at about 78%, which exceeded most other elections. We were disappointed, extremely disappointed, said Split Family Supporter Group spokesman Regina Perot, a leader in getting the issue on the secretarial election ballot. We were looking forward to bringing our families together. We were really overwhelmed about how many votes voted against. Following the refusal of a constitutional review committee to recommend opening the rolls to descendants, Perot's group conducted an initial petition drive in 2000 that was ultimately rejected in the BIA review. The group started circulating another petition for the broader lineal descendancy amendment in 2001, and enough signatures were gathered by the middle of last year to qualify the election. Tribal traditionalists saying that opening the membership to those with less than 1/4 Salish and Kootenai blood would trigger cultural death rallied against that proposal. The tribal council split 7-3 over the measure and also waged war on the amendment. Members were warned that if the proposed passed, per capita payments and other types of funding would be decreased or eliminated. Housing and other services would be strained to the breaking point, and the Flathead Reservation's natural resources would be overrun. Our disgust with the council because of the tactics they used the last 2 weeks to scare the heck out of the voters, Perot says. The tribal council hit all the right panic buttons. But Pat Pierre, a tribal cultural leader and full-blooded Pend d'Oreille, says he thinks voters realized what was at stake, and a lot of variety of reasons didn't want to gamble with the future. There was a lot of them that came to realize that the split family group was doing wrong, he says. I never ever thought it would pass personally, because there was a power here they were coming up against: spiritual traditionalism. A demographic study was conducted under contract by researcher Deward Walker Jr. indicated that the tribal membership, now numbering about 7,000, would quickly double if the amendment passed. If the tribe's current growth rate was sustained, Walker predicted the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes could have more than 24,000 members by 2025. On the other hand, the study indicated that enrollment under the current 1/4 blood quantum restrictions has already peaked, and the membership will decline precipitously in the coming years. And two of the tribal council members, Maggie Good and Joel Claremont, carried petitions for the split family. And I brought that up as I believe that would have been a conflict of interest, because it was me to be implying that you, the council, had wholeheartedly agreed with it. And they said that they could under the Bill of Rights to free speech and such, which I have the right to and everybody else does. And that was their reasoning for allowing 2 council members to actively carry a petition that the other tribal councilmen and other cultural leaders had said would decimate us. But it was more important to them to get their unenrollable descendants enrolled.
Thank you. Sonny.
And
Do you
Pat
have more?
Pierre had a couple more comments here.
We do have other folks that want to speak.
Well, he said that we should get some color back into our things here, and they should be trying to get rid of the council members that supported this and to basically try to open it up, just like they opened up the reservation to homesteaders. And I believe fully in the blood quantum. And it's not, as I said before when I mentioned this to you, was that they wanted to retain as much as possible of our originality, of where we come from. And only another Indian can understand what an Indian is thinking and how an Indian really feels. And that is why I will never stray away from the blood requirement, because that is where we came from. 15,000 years before they got here, nothing but full bloods. And only an Indian knows what an Indian thinks. And I will never, never stray from that. And like I said, my unenrolled grandchildren, on their own, are practicing their culture without being enrolled. So, for those of you out there that are believing that enrolling these unenrollable descendants is going to save us, it's not. As I explained to you before, what the culture committee made that book that I got. And I think about how my uncle Leroy O'Benick stated it when he was told about, like the Deward thing, that eventually there will be no more if you continue this. And he responded with, look around. You see any dinosaurs? No. When they're gone, they're gone. The culture and stuff will live in books and schooling. That is when the Indian people will be gone. It's when this runs out by what these Indians established the 1/4 to be, to retain the thought of the Indian, because only an Indian knows what another Indian's thinking and feels. And that's my opinion.
Thank you, Sonny. We'll move on to Shane.
Bucko, you're up.
Good afternoon. There were some good words spoke here. I really enjoyed what Ruth had to say. I agree with what Ruth had to say 100%. And she touched on quite a few different things about PL 280, about our enrollment, about people encroaching on our tribal land. And I believe, as I said yesterday, And some of it came up again. What we're talking about is that I believe we as a tribe and as a people are in an identity crisis as we speak today. You know, to me, I read articles about filling the lake, and you hear about the permits for recreating on tribal land. And I even got a neighbor that's a non-member. He buys one of those permits. He was even complaining about the price, how much it cost. And this is a rich white man that was complaining that that was too much to pay. And I explained to him that, you know, for a fact that we don't even break even on our permits, our recreation permits that we sell. So to me, especially now when all of this is going on with PL 280, I think we should start really protecting our own borders, our tribal borders. Like say coming over to the Valley Creek, 9 Mile, Black Lakes, Jocko, Hubbard Dam. I mean, we got all these access points to where these non-members, they don't have to be on the highways. They don't have to be down in the valleys to access our tribal land. They can go on a road and come up over a mountain, and there they are on tribal land. I don't know how many stories. I see it all the time. People in our woods traipsing around. Well, most people just drive by. Most Indian people I know, they just say, "Oh, what are them white guys doing up here?" Well, not me. If I see somebody that don't belong there or looks out of place, I actually question them. What are you guys doing? This is tribal land. You got a recreation permit? No, we're just driving around. I said, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You still need a permit. So with all this stuff being said, I believe that you just look at our reservation and the white people are just circling it with their wagons. And so I made a comment on a statement I made that I'd be a wagon burner forever. And I got accused of people saying that I hate white people. Well, I don't hate white people. I'm white too. But it might not show in me. But I'm proud of my white blood. I'm Irish. I'm not only Irish, I am Salish, I am Cree, and I am Blackfeet. And so again, I agree with what Ruth said, what Sonny Boy said about the blood quantum. We don't need to go backwards. We can take that old Indian blood that the chiefs spoke of a long time ago and bring that Indian blood in here. And what that does is it raises our blood quantum up here. It puts us back up where it should be. If they would go back and put all the full bloods that they got down in our books as 7/8, but they were actually full bloods. If they started there and went back down, I don't know how all that stuff works, but I honestly believe in my heart that our blood quantum would be up here. We don't ever have to go down here. And I also agree with Sonny Boy that, you know, the people that aren't enrolled and can't never get enrolled as a tribal member. I know people like that also, but it's the same deal, as I said, and I'll say it again. You just need to know if you got somebody that you're in a relationship. We talked about this. I talked about this with my wife like 43 years ago. Who are you? Where you come from? Well, the old Indians, my yaya used to tell me, you kids need to ask who you are and who they are. And we're like, well, why is that? Well, they said it could be your cousin. So that's how we was taught to always ask. So if you get with somebody that's enough Indian, another tribal member, and you marry and get together, your kids will become enrolled. and everybody knows this. You know, I don't know, I don't mean to make a big deal about this, but you don't see me going around trying to get into the white man's community or his world saying, yeah, but I'm this much white. I want to be just like you guys. But I'm a lot of Indian, but I am this much white. I want to be like you guys. What do you think they would say? They would laugh and all the way to the lake. But anyway, I agree with what Ruth said. I think we ought to start closing some of our borders down. Maybe we ought to quit giving recreation permits out for now. Maybe we ought to start taking some of these privileges, and I say privileges, for these non-members to even be on our reservation. I say we should be charging them to drive through here. And what I read about the lake, you know, heck with the lake. Let them drag their damn boats out there. Let their dogs be sitting out there and throwing rocks out in the mud instead of having water right up to their precious lakefront property. I could care less about that. I could care less about tourism, what was spoken here. There was a lot of things that, and there ain't many people here, but there were some good points that were brought up, and I really agree with a lot of them. And I think we should start tightening our own borders up. And I'll guarantee you, something that bugs me, I don't get up here all the time because most of the time I ain't got no money or transportation to get here. But as we speak, and we sit here right now, I'll guarantee you, all them non-members are up in Ferry Basin gathering our elkhorns when we gotta wait until the 1st of May. By the time we get up there, they're all gone. So another thing, why should we as tribal members, why are we having to compete with non-members for our own resources? You know, just like in the woods, I see people in the woods, if they got something that belongs to me or us, I'll say, hey, I'm taking that. I'm compensating. You can't do that. I said, you just watch me. And I've done it more than once. I've took mushrooms away, buckets of mushrooms away from freaking Cambodians up in the woods that I stopped, not at gunpoint, but with a rifle, and said, you're trespassing on Indian land. You don't have no right to be here picking our mushrooms, our berries, whatever. You know, just like what the Amish are doing. Shoot, they're just running rampant on our reservation. And I don't agree with any of that. But I know the day is getting long. I just wanted to share this with you guys. This is something I think is important. I kind of was disappointed in some things that went on here yesterday. But this is called Resolution number 9474. Resolution of the governing body of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes of the Flathead Reservation. Section 1, public relations. Good public relations require that tribal officials and employees cannot be separated from the people they were elected to represent. They are bound, the same as other persons, to tell the truth, to respect people and their property, and to abide by the requirements of the law. An orderly society cannot exist if individuals can choose to follow only the laws which they agree upon. Section 2, unity, dedication, and the corporation inspire unity. Unity is essential in order to guarantee the survival of our cultures and our nation, in order to guarantee unity, tribal officials and employees must be committed to. And some of the things I seen yesterday, I wasn't very happy with, because what I seen was disrespectful. And my grandfather, Shelley's grandfather, Tulane's grandfather, the chiefs are sitting right there, and we got disrespect going on in this council chambers. And I wasn't very happy with it. But, and so you, Mr. Chairman, you're not a chief. You're just a chairman sitting up there serving with the rest of your tribal council. You are all sitting up there serving us. It ain't the other way around. And so I just wanted to share this with you. I'm not mad, I'm not upset. This is just something that I wanted to share with all of you. And so there's probably a few other things I'd like to say, but I'll just leave it at that. And I want you guys to have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Shane.
Any comments?
I think Shelley's wanting to talk too.
Okay.
And with the enrollment deal, like I told you a few weeks ago, I had hand copied the original 2004, like I think it was 2004 enrollment. And that's when I discovered that there was so many other tribal people here, Snakes, Pagans, and all of these other tribes. And these are documented in our enrollment book. So those that are just looking at the Salish and Kootenai, according to the Constitution, that they should be able to, if they can trace themselves back to the original documentation out of the enrollment book that enrolled all these other Indians that were here at that time, that's documented. And if you can trace your bloodline back to those that are other than Salish and Kootenai Indians, those bloods should be allowed to be counted as they were enrolled here in this enrollment book prior to the IRA. So documented blood should be included as from the first enrollment books. And like I said, there was tribes I hadn't even heard of that were in that book when I wrote it out. And then they asked me to submit it to these people. And so I did. And like I said, I had a printout of the enrollment. Okay,
Thank
but this documented blood that you should be looking at to help assist these from the original enrollment books.
Please go ahead, Shelley.
Thank you. That's, Sonny Boy is right. When we look at enrollment, that's one of my things I want to bring up, is that we go back, as my husband said, and look into them and start at the beginning. As we keep saying, if we start there and move forward, we can fix a lot of things. But I have a couple issues I wanted to bring up. One of them is the dump. And thank you guys very much for the tag to help us, some of us who can't afford to pay that. But I've been driving around and we've been up in the woods up Valley Creek. We're starting to see where people are throwing off couches, washers, dryers, plus where home sites and people are living, that stuff is starting to pile up. And I'm asking that you guys somehow, some way, get us some big containers, because I can't haul all that stuff clear to Polson. And, then you look on the list, it costs this much money to throw a couch away, this much money to throw a washer away. I understand all that stuff costs money, but most of us don't have it, and we don't have no way to bring it all the way to Polson or to Missoula or wherever we're supposed to bring that. And if we don't tend to that soon, our reservation is going to look like a dump. And you go up to the dump. I don't know, very many people don't know this, but I'm part of owner as you come off the highway and you go to the dump and people are throwing off stuff right there, leaving it in a pile on the side of our property. And then you go up a little further past the dump onto the old Nicholson stuff. There's a little area, well, there's stuff being thrown up there. They're throwing it off on the sides of the road. And for us who don't like to litter or seen that there was a dumpster there that we could stop and throw stuff into, we're one of those families that do pick up. Now we don't have, if you can't get it in a trash bag, I was trying to think how to get a couch in a trash bag so we could go throw it at the dump, because that's what it makes you feel like. So I'd appreciate if our tribal council will help us as members keep this reservation clean, because we need to throw that old stuff away. And as Indian people, I have found with my mom in her books, which is knowledge is everything, that she kept a lot of books. So when you're Indian people and you're growing up and you didn't have much, you intend to save too many things. But the stuff that we can throw away, please help us be able to throw it away before we look like a dump. I think that was, oh, and then the other thing I know we don't give out allotments or anything anymore, but I do believe with all this homelessness that is going on our reservation with our people, we need to get more home sites. And like me, I don't want to live where people are at. I love where I live. And some people are like that. And to designate us to where everybody's at sometimes don't work for everybody. And so I'd like you guys to open up your minds, and you know, if people want to live somewhere out away from everybody, that as Indian people, we make that happen. Because again, we're the keepers of the land, and we have some of our Indian people out there who want to be there. One of the other things is, I know they done away with this a while back, where we used to be able to get timber to help us build homes. We used to be able to get enough timber to furnish your house from door to window to electricity, flooring, the whole thing. If you wanted a log house, whatever. And I've heard well, everybody would want one. Everybody don't want a log house, but everybody wants a home. And I think we really need to look at that. As I've drove around in our mountains here in the last few years, the roads are bad. Our timber looks terrible. It used to look like a park when we had post and polling and all that going on. Our timber is going to waste, and we should be able to use that as tribal members here to build homes. And if we need, as Ruth was talking about, $300,000, you know, to build a home, let us use our timber so it don't go to waste and burn up, to be able to furnish some of our people who want to do that. Not everybody's going to want to. That ain't an everybody thing. And if we have a good plan on how to do stuff, because I could sure use a new house. You know, we had a lot of help getting where we live at today. And it's had 73 people go through it with the foster children we've had and everybody who's there. And we need a upgrade to where we're probably at the point where we have to tear it down and start over. And so I would like that brought back up too. If I come in with a good plan of everything I'm going to need, and that is my timber too, I would like to utilize that and hire somebody to get that. You guys can see how we got it. You put the money in the bank, you get your home built and done, and you move in. And I think that is something with the economy and how we have to live these days, that we do that to help some of us who would really utilize that in a good way. You know, I don't say you go get it and then don't build your home. Well, if you go get it and you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, well, then you guys take it back. Stop that account, whatever you need to do. But for some of us who will, that's important to me. I would like to get a new home through our resources that was promised. That is about all I have. Thank you guys. And I know you guys got a lot to think about and go over from all the stuff that has been brought up today. You guys have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Only other thing I would like to bring up, where's lunch? We don't, most of us don't do breakfast. And the next quarterly meeting, I would like a little more hype on getting our members in here. Whether they got something to say or don't, our next goal for you guys, I would like to see this place filled with your tribal members so that they feel important again. Through the years, our tribal council has made people to feel not to come. I want your guys' goal, the next quarterly, to fill with your district, your district, your district, everybody you guys can get to get here, get them here and get these opinions out here. So we're not just hearing from a few, and then as Sonny Boy calls it, everybody's arguing on Facebook. You know, let's get out here and hear what people really have to say and be willing to come and talk to you guys about it. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you for
Shelley.
your listening.
And I just have a couple of comments on what she had said.
2 minutes, Sonny.
That's fine. About the garbage bins and stuff like that. At the agency, right outside Vic Charlot's back door to the left, right in the intersection there was a Ford V8 engine sitting there in the middle of the intersection. So I went all the way home and got an engine puller that I have, and I went back and I picked it up. And across from where the housing houses are, not the original agency houses, when I go down along the river there was several couches and stuff like that I drug out of there and brought to the Charlotte dump. And the people there, you know, just like she's saying, they don't have a way to haul that off. So what do? They wait till dark, drag it across the road, lift it up over that high chain link fence and down over the riverbank. And I had to go down there. I didn't have to, but growing up there, I seen the beauty of it long time ago before it started looking like Tim Burton's making a movie there now. And thing about the home sites, I don't think that you should have it to where they have to put electricity and have a well and such on their home site. Maybe there's some that want to have their little home site to live like Indians lived before the Hellgate Treaty and stuff, with no electricity and stuff like that. Maybe they just want to put a sweat house up and a teepee. They shouldn't be required to get electricity and get a well, because it's hard to get that stuff too. But they shouldn't be forced, if they get a home site, that they shouldn't be forced to make electricity and stuff like that if they choose to live the traditional way that the Indians lived a long time ago. That should be an option, that they should be able to exercise their right to live like the Indians did a long time ago, with a teepee and a sweat lodge.
Thank you, Sonny.
Is that 2 minutes?
It was
I think I had 15 seconds left.
maybe. Do we have any final comments from council? Go ahead, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'm glad that Shelley brought up the dump issue. As many of you guys remember the conversations we've had with our staff, that we requested for them to come up with a plan for us. And as of today, as of a year later, we have heard nothing. So, Mr. Chairman, if you could follow up with that with the staff and see where we're at with that.
Thank you, Len. Jen?
Yeah, I'm grateful for the comments that people had today because it's our job to listen to the membership. That's who we're here to represent, and that's the most important part of our job. And so I know this is a small crowd, and I think everyone who spoke had really important and good things to say that we need to hear. And that's why I'm here, listen to you, and that's why we should be here, however long it takes, to listen to your concerns and to be respectful. Thank you.
Ben, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Shelley and Sunny for bringing up the issues that they did. And Shelley, you can still get 10,000 board feet from the tribe but you got to haul it, you know, and everything. And you can get it every year if you want it, you know. So there's still that opportunity to get lumber, but you have to get it all sawed up and whatever else to how you're going to use it, you know, to get that lumber. But I want to thank you all for staying what you did. Sonny, you should be working over here in our law and order office up here with all the information you have. It's good to listen to you, see what you have all the time. Every time I hear you, I like listening to you, what you have to say. But, you know, I really appreciate you all for bringing in with the issues that and Shelley, it would be good to have more members here. We had quite a little crowd here this morning, but right after we had the presentations of our workers and staff that, you know, they were all gone. But it happens like that all the time. So, you know, like I said, I just want to thank you all for being here. Thanks.
James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone that spoke. And I just want to encourage everyone that lives in Jacinda's district, get out and register and vote. She needs your vote. If you live in Arlee, and I was looking up the district, Dixon Agency, get out and vote. She needs your support. She's running. She has a June primary. So make sure you're registered. If you just visit with her, and she'll help you. So thank you, Jacinda, for running. Now we got to do our part and help her. So thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everybody that came today. And so I really want to thank Promise and Talon Addison for their drum and their beautiful voices. And they are role models. You know, I watched them play basketball their whole lives, and have them come in here was a special treat for me, being related to them. And so also Sam's prayer, the food that was prepared for us, because there was bacon, and I'm addicted to bacon, so I just want to make sure that's out there. For anybody that wants to prepare a meal for me in the future, please have bacon. Yeah, good words today, and we're working on so many different things, and part of the difficulty is communicating that out to the membership. And we do have an enrollment study committee, and we are looking for people to assist us in an advisory fashion. We want all kinds of ideas, and counting in other Indian blood is one of those, just different options that might be available to us in the future. We want to fully vet that as we move forward. So I encourage all of you to think about that as we move forward. Public Law 280 is a critical thing, and I couldn't agree with Ruthie's statement more, that we want full control and jurisdiction of anybody within the exterior boundaries of our reservation, regardless of who they are or where they're from. And I would wholeheartedly, if Congress would empower us to that level, I would fully vet that and fund that as much as I could. Beef up our whole system, whatever we need to do, whatever direction that might take. That's a difficult task, and you know, hopefully we can get to that position in the future and, someday in the future. But we want to make sure that we take care of our people and fix our people. And so I am not of the position to just build a big incarceration facility to lock people up when we need to make sure that our people have the skills and the ability to deal with addictions. And we want to make sure though that there's always, there's always a negative force that makes people do things. And on the other side, there's other people that aren't part of that, but they are victims of those associations. From that addiction, it affects so many other people that person might be affecting. And if they're harming other people, we need to make sure that those people's rights and those people's choices are protected as well. So when we think about how we move forward and we deal with our members to heal them and make sure that they're taken care of, and we can give them the best tools to change their course, give them that opportunity to change their life. We need to do that with full respect of all the people involved and be able to make sure that we do that. So, be assured that this council will be dealing with this as best we can. But anyway, I want to thank everybody that's coming here today.
Jennifer.
I just want to also say that I am absolutely in favor of us going the reassumption route. I think it would give us more options and give us more time to take back all of our jurisdiction over a greater period of time. And I think that before white people came here, we didn't have homelessness. All of our members were educated. All of our members had spirituality. And all of our members received justice when something happened that was unjust. And we had a really strong system in place to deal with trauma. And I think we are absolutely capable of governing ourselves in every aspect, including justice. So I wanted to say that.
Thank you, Jen. Go ahead, Carol.
I would like to ask the council if we could somehow in the chartreuse to put the definition of reassumption and retrocession. I think that needs to be clear because it can be confusing unless you've actually went through all the stuff that us as a council goes through. Because to me, retrocession is, we're going to take it back. We're going to do what we can to have a diversion system. Reassumption means that you're going to take a piece back. Am I wrong or right on that?
Reassumption can actually mean several things, and it could lead to total retrocession anyway. And so the reassumption looks at moving in slower steps.
Okay.
But it doesn't necessarily mean stopping at any one of those steps.
It could mean stopping, because didn't the person, Jesse Laslovich, say that that's what Yakima did, is a partial reassumption? And he didn't think that was the way to go, either full or full on. And I know it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take time, and we're going to need a lot of time probably, but just trying to get it correct in my mind. And I know if I'm confused, I mean, some people are probably confused too, and I don't want that to happen. I want it to be a clear understanding of what we're thinking about doing.
I don't totally know Yakima's situation. It's my understanding that there were, I think, 2 areas that they still wanted help from the state with. Jen?
Yeah, James and I were talking about this yesterday. We just haven't had a really good public response, not for the county, but for our own membership. And so I agree with Carol that we need to do an article that comes from us that kind of reminds people of the history of why we're here, why we have this system, because it's really complicated. And every time I have a meeting about this, I have to reread all those documents because I have to refresh my memory, because it's very complicated, it's very complex. And we have a really good legal team that's done a good job of explaining it to us. And so I think that information should be in the newspaper to remind people what that is and the differences between retrocession and reassumption. Both of those options mean us taking control. In my mind, one is slower than the other and gives us more time to build our capacity and to build our ability to take on those things. That's why I'm in favor of, just because it gives us more time. So we have to hire more staff, come up with more money to pay for things. And I think for me, one of the things I think of as a huge opportunity is that I think it could give us an opportunity to provide cultural components to healing. You know, people can have access to language. I would love to see people have access to language classes and cultural people and cultural teachings when they get in trouble, to bring them back in and give them a greater sense of belonging. And I think we can really recreate our whole justice system to truly reflect us. But all of those things take time. But I think having an article in our paper done by us is going to be important for our membership to understand, and more updates about that.
Thank you, Jen. I was gonna give Tom the last word if he would, just a prayer to finish us out, and then we'll adjourn. A prayer, please.
Yeah, I'd love to do a prayer. Thank you. That's true. Creator, we want to thank you for this day. We thank you for the ability to gather. Our forefathers have given us this path that we want to move forward. We like to give you thanks for all the resources that you've given to us. We give thanks for all those people that provide government service, those folks that we've mentioned today, that have dedicated their life and their career to the betterment of our people, to our future, to our opportunities. We also give thanks for all those that put themselves in the harm's way, whether they're policemen or armed forces. There are nurses and our doctors, our teachers, that they provide that service to our people. Pray for all those that have sick people, that they become well quickly, and those that have lost loved ones, that their sorrow goes away quickly. We also give thanks for all of our community, and we pray for peace across the world, in our community. We do all this in your name.
Thank you, Tom, and motion by Carol to adjourn. We're adjourned.